I'm talking. I was gonna make believe that I was muted and just like move my mouth. Bill, you're muted. No, I'm not. I slept good. And good morning to everybody. All right, let me get these pop-outs done. It is almost 10 a.m. It's a quarter of. The weather rolled through, no problems, everything's good. It's actually sunny out right now. It's actually a beautiful morning and it's actually warm. It's got to be in the 60s. Because I just walked the dog and it seems nice out. Alexa, what's the temperature?
It's currently 59 degrees.
Well, it's close, 59.
Today's forecast shows a high of 60 and a low of 44.
Oh, it's going to drop. The front moved through. It's going to get cooler. But still, beautiful out right now. Near 60. But with the weather and the wind, there's leaves everywhere. Oh, that's the worst part. All these leaves, the mess. That's the next thing to deal with. And the pool. I got to close the pool down. It's all good. I'm just doing these pop-outs. So good morning on TikTok and anywhere else. And I was communicating with our new friend Dom, and he likes the first song. He liked them both, but he likes the first song. And he did send it to a few friends, but they don't speak English. But they liked it. It's too bad that I wonder if I can make. Oh, I don't know. It would have been cool if I made a song in Russian. I don't know if that's possible. I wonder if it is. I have not ever tried to do it in another language. That would be interesting. It wouldn't be that song, it would be similar music, but I think that would be pretty cool. Maybe I know what I could do. Oh, but I don't know how it's going to work. I could copy it, translate it to Russian, the lyrics, and then paste it to create and see if it comes out in Russian. That's an experiment to try. Actually, I'm going to try that. This is something I've never tried. All right, we have to take out this verse bullshit. That's going to mess it all up. And it's crazy because I literally wrote this while I was live last night, and I was getting pissy with Amol, and because he kept saying, shut the music down. And then I said to myself, fuck off. But he knows I'm messing around with him. But I'm going to try something I've never tried. The song I wrote for our Ukrainian friend, the soldier, I'm going to see if I could, because he sent it to friends and they don't understand it because it's in English. But I'm going to see if it's possible with the assistance of AI to translate my lyrics into Russian and then do the music, add the music to it. I'm sure ChatGPT, for example, will translate it to Russian. My lyrics. I'm going to try. This is something I've never done. Translate to Russian. And I got to paste my lyrics. There they are. Let's see what happens. Oh, It's working. It's translating it to Russian. I didn't think that ChatGPT couldn't. Wow. But now, will the music application do this in Russian? Then we got to go through creating the song, picking the style again. This is actually fun. Create. Okay, I'm gonna have to translate the title. Okay, I've got that. Now I gotta translate this word. Translate. Translate to Russian. The title. There it is. Oh, this would be super cool if this works. Okay, now I gotta try something else. This would be outrageous if this works. It really would be outrageous if this works. Because then they can listen to it and understand it. Even he will understand it because I'm not. He speaks decent. I mean, not decent. Really good English. But oh my God, Tycho! It's the slippers. It is. All right, let's see what happens. I'm only gonna test it with one song. Let's see if it comes out in Russian. That light is bothering me. He's doing laundry.
Bro,
What?
I didn't start the machine. I don't know how to start it.
Oh. Did you add detergent?
I added the, yeah.
All right,
Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
Hey, Kundra. Kundra,
Yeah.
come here. Maybe you should wear your fucking sneakers around. See if that changes anything. All right. I'm going to give you my own personal opinion about your workout, your body. He's going to get pissed now.
Put a shirt on?
No, go. Turn around. You should work your back a little more, give it more definition, and definitely try to get yourself your stomach, your abs, make them show.
Okay.
Your chest is fine, but if you could make your abs show more and work your shoulders to make it look more muscular, that's the direction you want to go for your body.
Okay.
Right? I'm just giving you my advice.
No, that's good, bro. I'll take it, bro.
Then you really look sculpted. All right, let me go back to here. And again, good morning to everybody. I'm experimenting on something, and we're going to see if this works. If this works, this would be interesting because that means I could do it in any language. I've never tried this before. What's up, Amo? Amo, you know I was messing with you last night. I was uptight. We're writing the song. And it was a good idea to stop the music because the music was driving me crazy. I didn't have it on because it was distracting me when I was writing the lyrics. But right now, I took my lyrics and translated to Russian, but I don't know if this app is going to actually use the Russian language to create a song, which I just created one, so we're going to find out like literally right now. If this works, this would be great in any language. Uh-oh, here we go. Find out.
Агрессивное вторжение, старые
It works!
видения прежней оккупации. Мир наблюдает со стороны. Слова прекращений.
And it's a good one so
Карусель
far.
политических решений порождает чувство неуверенности.
He loved the other one.
Демократические ценности, независимости. атакуют безнаказанно. Храбрые граждане стоят единые, свободы на кону. Мужчины поднимаются на защиту, позиции заняты на рассвете. Служат с честью и отвагой, флаг реет рядом, синий-желтый прекрасный. Солдаты служат с гордостью, братья по оружию, защищающие от тирании.
Oh, I'm definitely getting this for him.
Своей родины пропаганда сеет заговоры, охраняя невинных, служа своей земле. Украинцы сражаются с гордостью.
This is for you, Dominic.
Позиции на передовой.
Listen to this first.
Международные братья рядом.
I just did it for you.
Многие
in Russian.
сомневались в их решимости, противостоя мировой державе. Нации объединились в защите, эскалация кажется мрачной. Безжалостные акты агрессии, невинные жертвы жестокости. Детей уводят с их земли, непреклонные акты смертности. Свобода восторжествует, враждебность будет отражена. Чья жертвы
I'm gonna send it to you.
воссоединяются. Стабильность восстановлена, руки соединены вновь. Свобода возвращается, мир по всей родной земле. Братья по оружию, защищающие от тирании. Свободу своей родины, пропаганда сеет заговоры, охраняя невинных, служа своей земле. Украинцы сражаются с гордостью, держат позиции на передовой. Международные братья рядом.
Oh, that is freaking fire. It actually came. I want to hear it one more time. He's going to send it to them now, his friends. I want to hear it one more time, then I'm going to bring him on.
Aggressive incursion.
Oh, that's mine. Holy shit, wrong.
Visions of
It's the wrong one.
occupation.
Shit, what happened? What is that? Why is that playing?
World watches from the side.
Oh, it probably played the next file.
Words of
We don't want that one.
cessation.
That's a good one too, though.
Revolving door of policy creates a sense of insecurity.
We gotta get out of Suno.
Democratic values of independency.
Hold on. Mine came out good too, though. We have to play. It's in Russian. Obviously, the new one. Let me do it again one more time. I'm gonna shut up.
Let's go for the Russian people.
Агрессивное вторжение, старые видения прежней оккупации. Мир наблюдает со стороны, слова о прекращении. Карусель политических решений порождает чувство неуверенности. Демократические ценности независимости атакуют безнаказанно. Храбрые граждане стоят единые, свободы на кону. Мужчины поднимаются на защиту, позиции заняты на рассвете. Служат с честью и отвагой, флаг реет рядом, синий-желтый прекрасный. Солдаты служат с гордостью, братья по оружию, защищающие от тирании. Свободу своей
Dominic, what do you think?
That's amazing song. I very like it. It's very good. I love it.
I'm glad. And it's in Russian, so now they can understand it when you share it with them.
Yeah, it's okay, but be careful. This song it might be very popular, and if you're gonna put this in YouTube, I have a feeling that this song can be very popular in Ukraine. But what the Russians do, they actually stealing your beat, and they remaking from the beat the lyrics to for the Russian military. I have some news right now. I'm gonna go soon in one of the occupied cities. After I will be there for like 1 week. After that, I will be free. So that's like a week or so. After that, I will be able to already travel to US.
Wow.
So that's a week, and I'm going to New York.
So then we won't be able to communicate. Is that what you're telling me also, that you won't be able to communicate for a week?
Yeah, no problem.
All right, so I won't be able to talk to you for the next 7 days because you're going to be busy doing what you're doing.
No,
Sorry,
you will
I'm
be
having
able
trouble.
to
Please
talk
try
with
in a
me,
little
but
while.
not like
The New York
24/7
Rangers are
because
Oh, yeah, I get
playing
that.
the Wild
Jobs
tonight
to do.
at 7
Alexa,
p.m.
stop.
and it's very dangerous city. There's
Oh,
drones
be careful,
flying.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I am going to post this everywhere. I'm going to put it, because I have a distributor, it'll go on Amazon Music, Spotify, iHeart, Amazon, YouTube Music. This song will go everywhere. And all you got to do is look for, I'll type it to you. I'll just send you the information. But do you want me
That's
to?
good,
Do
but
you want
make
me?
sure-
Do you want me to publish it? Ma,
Yeah, it's very good, but make sure
it's only a
you
song, Mom.
make, the background with Ukrainian flag. Make sure you do that.
Oh yeah, the video.
picture.
Let me see something, because the video may already have. Let me see something, because the videos.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very quick because.
Yeah, go do your thing. All right, hold on. Let me see something.
Right now, and I will come back like in 5 hours.
I will be around. I will make sure that I put a Ukrainian flag on the banner for this song.
Yeah.
So I will send you the link. What would
59 degrees
Alexa
and
stop?
mostly
What do
cloudy.
you prefer?
Today's forecast
Alexa
is a high of
stop.
60.
What do you prefer? YouTube as a place to send you a link to the music?
Yeah.
Because it's going to be on YouTube Music.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so that's what I'll do. I'll upload it, and then I'll send you a link on, how I communicate with you. I'll send you a link directly to the song, and then you can share it out, and yeah, and then you could tell people about it. And if
Yeah,
you
I
want
will
to
do that. Right now, I have to go do my job.
go, do your thing.
I'll see you guys later.
All right, God bless you and everybody there. Let me disconnect with him. He's very busy. Yeah, he's got to go on a mission for 7 days. I do have an English version too. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I want to get this published as soon as possible, but I want to make sure I get a nice image of the Ukrainian flag to put associated with the file. So I'm going to do that right now. I like it in Russian. It sounds good in Russian. It really did. They're going to love it. And it's coming from an American whose grandmother is Lithuanian. Right, Mom?
What?
Grandma's Lithuanian. She's Russian.
Grandma is.
Yeah. I'm going to put this picture. Oh, I like this picture.
She looks just like a Russian. She's just like a Russian.
She does. She whatever a Russian's supposed to look like, my grandmother looks like one.
She's wild too.
Do you have a picture, Mom?
Of grandma?
Yeah. See if you find one.
I think
I'll show you my Russian grandmother.
life is your
So this is actually personal to me too. Because I have family. It's not just because it's personal. Because, they were all part of the Soviet
grandma
Union.
is a real Russian man.
Anyway, let me show you the picture that I'm planning to use for this song. Oh shit, not that. Let's go here. This is the picture I'm planning to use. Hopefully it will work. I'm sure they'll do something to reframe it when I put the music up for publication. But this is what I'm planning. Mom, please don't come here right now. I'm talking. Please don't.
Let me go.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that.
Here, okay? Let me get out of here. I'll tell you.
Or I can pick something more. Maybe I know what I want to do. Maybe not that one. I just came up with another idea. Maybe the capital of Kiev with the flag flying. Jeez. Let me try that. I want to get this song published, though, right away. Yeah. Yeah, this is nice. This is what I'm talking about. Oh, dude, I need your help and advice. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Check this one out. And you guys, you tell me which one you think. TikTok, I'm old. I don't know if you're still there. You tell me if this is one we should use. I like that because it's you see what's in the background? Look at that one. See? I like that because it's symbolic of Kiev. You know what I mean? Starla, what do you think? Starla, by the way, you are my mod now. You are a mod. I made you a mod yesterday. I don't want to make 1,000 mods, but I know you're in here often, so I made you a mod. And you're always here, so I said, you know what? You're the perfect person to make a mod. And KJ's in here too when he's here. He's a mod. So this way, you know, if we have any unwelcomed trolleys, we can control that insanity. Because I hate to use the word, there's a lot of hate out there. And believe me, there's a lot of propaganda out there. So we have to, you know, I'm going, as an American, our freedom of speech, I'm going to speak my mind. And there ain't nothing that's going to stop me from doing that. Unless, you know. This is a beauty too. Oh my. I think I'm going to go with this one. And it's an actual image. This is an actual image. All right, I think I'm going to go with this one because I'll spend the whole day just trying to find one. Let me see. Is this the last one? 10:07. Look at this one. This is a beautiful. It's almost similar to the last image. But look at the sun. Look how beautiful that looks. I'm going with that one. I'm going with that one. All right, so let me just do this quick. My distribution company. Oh shit. I didn't keep the lyrics. I'm gonna have to go back and copy them. Thank God I saved the song with the title in Russian. All right, I'm releasing it today. He likes it though, that's the main thing. And his comrades, I hope they will like it too. So this, I'll consider this rock. Album cover, select image. Let's see what happens. Your image is too small. I gotta find a bigger image. Ugh. I have to look at the image dimensions. The one with the field might be the one I have to use. Oh, this is a nice one too. This is a nice one. Let's try this one. Please work. It's gonna work. Oh, but it's too big. I'm still gonna use it. Recommended 3,000 by 3,000 square. Let me try that first. The dimensions. That's the problem. The dimensions are going to be the problem for the image. I'm going to have to get cute with it. See, it's got to be a square, which kind of stinks. There's not that many options with that size. I'm just going to keep what I got. Okay, now we have to go back and copy the lyrics in Russian. Okay, title. Copy. The good thing is it's saved, so this doesn't make it too hard. Title. Just the title. Right there. Now I gotta copy the lyrics. It really is a good song. It rocks. Oh, I can't do the lyrics yet. Okay, select audio file. Right here. Because I want to do it quick because it takes time to publish. It's got to go through, copyright bullshit. I get it, but it's good. Okay, somebody's messaging me, but I can't look right now. So I want to get this published. I'm expecting a Walmart delivery too. What? What happened? You know something? And I feel honored if I contribute to the Ukrainian people a song like this. It's an honor to me. And I told him he could use it I own it. I own the rights to it. He could use it however he wants, as long as the other side doesn't use it, like he said, and twist it for propaganda reasons. I would be tight. Okay. I'm adding the lyrics now. The song is now published. But it's going to take a couple of hours for it to be seen on public forums, like on domains. It takes a minute. And they'll email me to let me know when it is public. The English version is pretty good too. He liked it, but they don't understand it because they don't speak English. So now at least they get a song that they can understand in Russian. So that's pretty cool. All right, we're done. Yeah, he shared it to his battalion. I think that is so cool. And yes, there are many Americans that support Ukraine. There are. And I want him to know that we are some of those people. And I've seen a lot of positive feedback on TikTok. You know? So that's pretty cool that he shared it with his battalion. He liked the first song that I wrote last night, but this one is really gonna yeah, but I had to write it in Russian. I mean, you know, I had to do that so they understand the lyrics. Because the lyrics are pretty powerful. Can you imagine this song? I can imagine this song being played by soldiers and citizens in Ukraine. Because he said the Ukrainian people will love this. Can you imagine my song being played there? That is an honor for me. My contribution, a song that lifts their spirits and shows that, look, check this out. An American wrote this for us. You know what I'm saying? In some small, well, I won't say insignificant, in some small way, I contributed to the cause. Freedom, democracy, repelling tyranny, a freaking dictator who wants the Soviet bloc back, and all those incredible resources of Ukraine. I know. He said that. He's gonna be in a really tough situation over the next week. Hey, at least I got him a song before he left. Uh-oh, what's this about? Chance of Storm Melissa forming rises. What is this? What the heck is going on with this Storm Melissa? What is that? I get weather alerts, like for storms. Something just popped up. I'm gonna have to look at the models. What are they talking about? One extreme scenario, so that's not anything I trust. Yeah, they're both, I've seen this model already. One has it coming close to southern Florida, but I'm not buying this. And this, oh, no wonder, it's coming from the Daily Mail. I'm not buying this. I should have known better. Let me look at the models. I do not go based on that. It's beautiful here. The bad weather pushed through. I'm going to play it again in a minute. The song in Russian. Even though we may not understand it, but if any, Ukrainians come in or people who understand Russian, they'll know. Okay, let me check this quick. So the system is down here. Let's see what the Euro model is showing. It's definitely there. Is it going to make a turn? The Euro model's up. There it goes north. Wow. Cuba's going to get hit. See, the euro has it turning out. This is the model I trust. So there you go. All that hype is hype. That's why I don't trust articles. Anyway. God, what's going on here now? So Amol, my friend, sent me the recipe to make Thai food today. They are coming now. That's what that message is. Oh no, what the hell is this? Breaking news. A Boeing 747 cargo plane skidded off the runway after arriving at Hong Kong International Airport and landed in the sea. What? I don't know. Please close the door. I don't want to hear about Tycho. You're going to let him out one day. You're going to let him out and we're going to lose him. He's right here. He's right here. Close those doors. All right. Walmart came? Excuse me. Is Walmart done? All right, Psycho. Oh, no, you won't. Walmart just got here. Walmart is here. All right. Now I gotta wait for Amazon. Now what? That's probably confirming that they delivered it. So yeah, allegedly. Oh no, he talks a lot. Tycho talks a lot. He's a husky, well, part husky. They talk a lot. So yeah, it says here, breaking news: a Boeing 747 cargo plane skidded off the runway after arriving at Hong Kong International Airport and landed in the sea. Well, I hope everybody's okay. Those on board the cargo plane. That was what that was. Delivery completed. That's mom. Okay, we're clear. All right. It's kind of wild that I was able to make that in Russian, right? The song, the one that I wrote. So here's the American version, the English version. We'll hear the English version, and then we're going to play the Russian version of the song that I wrote last night. Literally live, sitting here. That was crazy in itself. And again, I pray for his safety, because he said he's going to a really dangerous area today for a week. So he's on his way to a dangerous region in Ukraine. He said he was 1.8 miles away from Russian forces. You know, I'm just going based on what he's telling us. So here's he likes this one, I like the other one. He likes this one more than the other one. So I'm going to play the English version of this one first. And this goes out to the Ukrainian people and the people defending it.
Aggressive incursion, old visions of prior occupation, world watches from sidelines, words of cessation, revolving door of policy creates a sense of insecurity, democratic values of end, attacking with impunity. Brave citizens stand united, freedom at stake. Men rise to defend positions taken at daybreak. Serving with honor and courage, flag waving beside. Blue and yellow in its beauty, soldiers serve with pride. Brothers in arms defending against tyranny, freedom of their homeland. Propaganda spurs conspiracy, protecting the innocent, serving their homeland. Ukrainians fight with pride, positions held at the front lines, international brothers at their side. Many doubted their determination, standing against the world power. Nations join in defense, escalation appears downward. Relentless acts of aggression, innocent victims of brutality. Children taken from their land, unyielding acts of fatality. Freedom will prevail, hostility repelled. Honoring the sacrifices of many families, reunited stability, reestablish united hand in hand. Freedom once again, peace across the homeland. Brothers in arms defending against tyranny, freedom of their homeland. Propaganda spurs conspiracy, protecting the innocent, serving their homeland. Ukrainians fight with pride, positions held at the front lines, international brothers at their side.
I gotta publish the English version. I forgot to do that. We gotta publish the English version. I forgot to do that. That's important. I did the Russian one. I gotta do the English one. Like now. Before I forget. Because it takes time for it to actually show up and be published on all the audio platforms. iTunes, Amazon, YouTube, Pandora, Shazam, all of them. Because it will appear by this afternoon. Yeah, see, I didn't do it. I got to do it now. The English version. But it came out really good, in my opinion. This is rock. Okay, album cover. I'm going to use the Ukrainian flag again. This one. And it's called Frontlines. That's what I wrote the title as. Now we got to copy my lyrics in English. I sat here last night and I actually wrote this while I was live. which is not easy because it's a major distraction. And I spent like a half hour writing the last 2 lines of the song. I was stuck. I was like, but I did it. Okay, we're almost there. My mother's driving the camera crazy outside. So this will be available on all those platforms that you would listen to music on. Pretty much every one of them. Pandora, Shazam, Amazon, YouTube, iTunes, iHeart, all of them. Okay, the song is uploaded. It's got to go through processes to make sure there's no copyrighted material. And now we're going to add the lyrics. The lyrics are in. Make sure there's no typos. There are none. Save lyrics. Done. Song is now published. The English version is now published. Cool. All right, so now here's the Russian version. In Russian.
Агрессивное вторжение, старые видения прежней оккупации. Мир наблюдает со стороны, слова о прекращении. Карусель политических решений порождает чувство неуверенности. Демократические ценности независимости атакуют безнаказанно. Храбрые граждане стоят едины. Мужчины поднимаются на защиту, позиции заняты на рассвете, служат с честью и отвагой, флаг реет рядом, синий-желтый прекрасный. Солдаты служат с гордостью, братья по оружию, защищающие от тирании свободу своей родины. Пропаганда сеет заговоры, охраняя невинных, служа своей земле. Украинцы сражаются с гордостью, держат позиции на передовой. Международные братья рядом. Многие сомневались в их решимости, противостоя мировой державе. Нации объединились в защите, эскалация кажется мрачной. Безжалостные акты агрессии, невинные жертвы жестокости. Детей увозят с их земли, непреклонные акты смертности. Свобода восторжествует, враждебность будет отражена. Чья жертвы многих семьи воссоединяются. Стабильность восстановлена, руки соединены вновь. Свобода возвращается, мир по всей родной земле. Братья по оружию, защищающие от тирана.
I'm very happy with the way it came out in Russian. I'm really happy how it came out. So to answer your question, I already got a lot of the stuff from Walmart. I gotta wait for Amazon for the sauce, Amol, the peanuts, all that other shit is here. What's up, Mike? So I'll be making it tonight. I got a show from 7 to 9. That's it. I might have a pre-record at 3. We'll see how that goes. You like it, Stala? It is amazing, right? It's an honor that he's honored that I did that. But I can only imagine that song playing in the background or privately by some of the members of the battalions. And even the people of Ukraine listening to that. Because it's when I wrote the song, I wrote it in general about specific things. And trust me, I was frustrated writing this last night. Frustrated because I was stuck with the last two lines of that song. I spent like a half hour like freaking out writing the last two lines. And Amol, I have something for you, a surprise. I want you to give me a hint of a topic that you would like me to write in your native language. And I'll create the music accordingly, like maybe a Bollywood beat. Give me an idea of something you would want me to write about for you. How's that? In your native language. And because now I know I can do it. So think about that today. So, like a topic that you would want me to focus on to write about your native country of India. And I'll put it in the language and I'll put the music associated and let's see how it comes out. So you think about that while you're at work today. Yeah, think about it. And I'm dead serious. I think that's a cool thing too. And you know what? As an American, thank God we have those freedoms of expression and opinion. And we can do these things when a lot of people around the world cannot. We can express ourselves and make our voices heard, or our music heard, or our message heard in a productive, peaceful, positive way. Not in the negative, not in the divisive way, unified way. I am so sick of dividing. Sick. Beyond, you have no idea how sick I am of keeping people continually divided. It's done. We're tired of it. I'm tired of it. I can't speak for anybody else. I am so fed up with it. Attacks of each person on each side, attacking each other constantly, blaming each other, deflecting, all that bullshit. No, be responsible. Be responsible to the people. Be responsible for government. Do the right thing. Enough is enough. And it starts at the top. And yes, we can support the Ukrainian people. And like I said, my mother, she probably forgot, my grandmother is Lithuanian. Russian. I told her to see if she could find a picture of my grandmother. Was it really? And I know that he's probably right. The Russians will try to use it and flip it with the beat and use their own propaganda. Unfortunately, here in the United States, we feed on Russian propaganda and we take it for like literal to be believed. Unfortunately. And there are a lot of people in powerful positions that buy into the Russian propaganda. Only because they oppose certain other political. It's insane. And how many times can I say it? But India has. Forget about India. Tell me the language you use, because this is for you. So think of it that way. We have to work together on this. I would write the song first, and then when I'm doing the interpretation, you got to tell me the specific language you want me to use for it. So think about it all day. You got time. You got all day. And hello to all those on TikTok. What? Forward expired. What the hell is this? Something went to the post office. I never seen a message like that. Forward expired? What the hell does that mean? I gotta go to the USPS site. What does that mean? Forward expired. I've never seen that kind of message. Wait a minute. What the hell is going on here? I'm in. There must be a package coming. I hate when they do that. When you order something and it sends me to the post office. No, I don't want to enroll in that. I have informed delivery. It tells me. Packages 3. Alert. Forward expired. What does that mean? Forwarded. It says available for pickup. Arrived at post office this morning. Forward expired. I don't know what that means. I gotta go to the post office today or tomorrow. Tomorrow I gotta take mom to the doctor, so. Anyway, getting back to this. Nah, it's a postal thing. It was a postal thing. I verified it on the USPS site. I'm gonna see, and it might take me a minute. Somewhere on here, somewhere, and it's gonna take some time. But it could be on my phone, so I might be doing this the wrong way. Mom! Ma? Can you see if you find a picture of Grandma? Can you see if you can find a picture of Grandma? I might have it on my phone because I might have taken a snapshot of it. Why not? It's dark? Alexa, brighten living room light 50%.
Got it.
What?
I can now. I could see now.
Okay.
It's dark there.
Let me know when you leave so I can shut it.
I'm cleaning the front of the house.
Good. Just don't overdo it.
No, I gotta do what I gotta do.
I know, but don't overdo it.
And I found one of my chairs. I was so happy,
I told you it was out there,
but I didn't know.
but I told you.
Wow, I was ready to call QVC.
Oh, God.
That's where I got it from.
That might be the order that's in the post office, your QVC order, now that I think about it.
You just don't get anything.
See if you find the picture of Grandma for me,
Oh, I gotta look in the album.
the album.
I'll find it.
I could have sworn I took a photo of it. I'll show you my Russian grandma.
Let me tell you something. Don't push my album. That's what I.
I don't even know what the album is. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay.
She passed away many years ago.
Yeah. When we had the bush, you just jump off the boat.
Yeah, she was wild.
Yeah, she was wild.
She used to just jump off the boat right into the water to go swimming.
Yeah.
I remember that.
You remember?
I remember that. Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. I'm looking, I'm
Sure that
looking.
I got this guy next to me. He's here.
Oh shit, the load didn't start. I gotta check the wash. My God, look at all these pictures I've taken.
Oh, what?
Like Pine Bush, Roswell, all over the freaking place, really.
Yeah, good times.
We always have a good time.
Oh, wow, yes. Hi, Musha.
I don't see it. see Tycho, little baby pictures.
Yeah. They were operating me gallbladder. Stones.
Yeah, when I got him, yep.
And the doctor says, where's your son? Then I say, I don't know.
Your son was coming back from Pennsylvania getting the dog.
Yeah.
Okay, it is not on here. Ma, I need to kill that light. It's really good. Good for him.
You could turn the light off. I don't know. I'm a vampire.
But we already spoke about why it's actually insane to agree to the terms of keeping the lines where they are, because Russia would get like $11 trillion worth of resources, access to them, because it would be their territory. You know, you have to wonder sometimes when they speak out loud, they should really think before they speak out loud, because that's a stupid, 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 stupid decision on so many levels. It's almost like I would say that's an irrational, rash judgment.
Did you see them crying?
But, you know, it's, I guess we're accustomed and numbed to that now. Unfortunately. You know what I mean?
Put your phone.
Okay, it's not in this folder. Ma, try to find that for me.
What?
Grandma?
I have to get the album
Oh, get the album. Where is the album?
in my room.
Where in your room?
I don't know. I'm going. It's underneath.
I'm going to find that album because I'll go nuts looking here.
You're never gonna find it here.
I want to see the album. Tycho, move. Yeah, you're gonna have to find it because it could be anywhere. And that's a precious album. That is a precious album, so find it because I am not going crazy looking for it. I can tell you that. But it's got to be here somewhere.
Peanuts! Happy nuts!
I'm not spending the whole morning looking for a photo album. Alexa, shut off living room light. Of course, that's the way it is. Alexa, shut living room light. Alexa, shut living room light. I may have to do it manually. I'm still trying to look for it on my computer, but I have so many. Oh,
Got it.
It finally did it. But I have so many folders. And one day I have to really sit here and organize this properly, because this is an utter mess. A lot of it is station related. I'm going to start deleting a lot of this stuff because it's just old and not necessary. Banners of old shows that don't exist anymore. All kinds of crazy stuff is in here. It's not in that folder. Let me try this drive. She'll find it eventually. I'm checking one last folder. I got cray pictures in here. Old Christmas, like this one. This is an old Christmas. Look at this. This is old. Check this out. This is old. Right there. That's an old setup. I mean, that is going back in some time right there with that image. That's what I'm talking about. There's a lot of old pictures in here. This is the way the bar used to look where I'm sitting right now. Check this out. I had a village. This is where I work right now. Check this out. Look how beautiful this was at one point. Watch this. With a train, a village, a tree on top of it. That used to be where I'm sitting right now. This is years ago. I had 2 trees, one in the dining room and one here. Isn't that beautiful? Because this was a bar at one point. They're coming. What's going on? Really? Russia announced new cities? They're going to Seattle? Wow. So yeah, see, these are old photos. And I got to get rid of a lot of this stuff. I don't know if that's the same one. So yeah, I'm just showing you. This is an example of the kind of things I'm looking at. But I'll just wait for Mom to find the album, because this could take days just trying to find it in all this insanity. Anyway, let me see if these songs have been published anywhere. I doubt it. It's too soon. But I'm just going to be curious and check. It takes time for Amazon. It takes time for iTunes. It usually goes on Spotify fast. Faster. I don't think it's going to be that fast. Let's show all. Nope, not there yet. Like I said, it's going to take a few hours before it actually is visible. But it's cool because if you look, I haven't published this yet on this. Let me see if it plays the English version here. Yeah, it does. So this is what it looks like. I haven't published it yet on here.
Aggressive incursion. Old visions of prior occupation. World watches from the sidelines. Words of cessation. Revolving door of policy creates a sense of insecurity. Democratic values of independence. International brothers at their side. Many doubted their determination, standing against the world power. Nation joined in defense, escalation appears dour. Relentless acts of aggression, innocent victims of brutality. Children taken from their land and yielding acts of fatality. Freedom will prevail, hostility repelled, honoring the sacrifices of many families reunited, stability reestablished, united hand in hand, freedom once again, peace across the homeland, brothers in arms, defend against tyranny, freedom of their homeland, propagandist first conspiracy, protecting the innocent, serving their homeland, Ukrainians fight with pride, positions held at the front lines, international brothers at their side.
And then there's this one. All right, we got to see if this one plays. Oh, there's plays on it already. That was probably him. This is in Russian.
Агрессивное вторжение, старые видения прежней оккупации. Мир наблюдает со стороны, слова о прекращении. Карусель политических решений порождает чувство неуверенности. Демократические ценности независимости атакуют безнаказанно. Храбрые граждане стоят единые, свободы на кону. Мужчины поднимаются на защиту, позиции заняты на рассвете. Служат с честью и отвагой, флаг греет рядом, синий-желтый прекрасный. Солдаты служат с гордостью, братья по оружию, защищающие от тирании свободу своей родины. Пропаганда сеет заговоры, охраняя невинных, служа своей земле. Украинцы сражаются с гордостью, держат позиции на передовой. Международные братья рядом. Многие сомневались в их решимости, противостоя мировой державе. Нации объединились в защите, эскалация кажется мрачной. Безжалостные акты агрессии, невинные жертвы жестокости. Детей уводят с их земли, непреклонные акты смертности. Свобода восторжествует, враждебность будет отражена. Чья жертвы многих семьи воссоединяются. плаче рядом.
And as Starla is indicating on TikTok, this is dedicated to our friend, and thanks for Starla introducing me to him. He's currently actually going to a very dangerous location. He's a Ukrainian soldier right there in the front lines. And that's dedicated to him, his comrades, and all the people in Ukraine. So that's why he loved the English version, but he said his fellow comrades in the battalion didn't understand English, so I had to do something for Russian so they can understand the lyrics that I wrote. So I had to figure that out today. So I wrote that actually last night, and we spoke to him twice yesterday. And communication with him over the next week is going to be sparse because he's being deployed to, like I said, to a really dangerous situation. So my prayers go out to him, all the people of Ukraine, and all those brave soldiers that are willing to sacrifice for their country in defense of their sovereignty, regardless of what people have to say. And hello, Jenny.
What did you call Ruthenian?
What?
Ruthenian.
What are you talking about?
I'm asking you, what is Ruthenian?
What is what?
Ruthenian.
Lithuanian.
Uh-huh.
It's from a person from Lithuania.
So that's what grandma is.
Yes, that's why I said, can you try to find that picture?
No, you know what, Billy? The whole thing is that my sister comes here, ¿verdad?
What does this have to do with your sister?
Because she likes to take things like.
Oh, no, you have the photo album. Just find the photo album.
Where is it?
I don't know. You got to find it.
No,
It's here.
That's what I'm saying.
It's here, Mom.
I got it in my room and I can find it there.
Well, then check the master bedroom. It's here. Nobody took the photo album.
Virginia is.
All right, I'm done talking to you, Mom. What's going on in here? I talk to him daily. I ask him to let me know when he can, that he's okay. Good. Starla, keep me posted. But I'm communicating with him directly now too. So it's a beautiful thing. And I really am honored that his comrades and the people of Ukraine would be listening to my music, my song. I think that's just amazing. It's an honor.
They're happy,
Yes.
you know.
I think that's awesome. That's what he said. I wouldn't be surprised he already sent the song to members of his battalion already. He sent the English version to them. They liked it, but they didn't understand it because it's in English. So that's when I woke up this morning when I saw his message. I said, okay, I gotta have to write one. I'm gonna have to write one in Russian,
Can you do
the
it?
language. I already did it.
Oh, wow.
It came out really good, actually.
Oh, shucks.
So now at least they'll understand it, and it's still a good song.
So they're going to have a party.
Okay, so it's complicated, Jenny. My mom, her parents are both Puerto Rican, but ancestry-wise, Spain, and ancestry-wise, I am related directly, not 15,000th cousin. Like great eighth grandmother, eighth great grand uncle to Christopher Columbus's son and Ponce de Leon. And I have
The
proof.
one that discovered Puerto Rico.
Yeah. And I have proof.
Christopher.
Documented proof of that. Can you imagine that? I actually have proof of that. Can you imagine being related to Christopher Columbus's son, Diego Colon? Because excuse me, Mom, in Puerto Rico, not in Puerto Rico, in Spain, he wasn't known as Christopher Columbus. He was known as Cristobal Colon. Spaniard name. The interpretation. Cristobal Colon. His son he had few. Diego Colon. And of course, Ponce de Leon, if you know your history, he's a relative. He's actually my 8th great grandmother. Just think about it. That's a direct line. It's Ponce de Leon. No. I had the documents from Ancestry. It took me months to track it. Because do you know where the best place to start? Because regardless of what people think, it depends on the trail, the documentation, how far you can look back to it. The Spaniards were great at keeping records. Really? Your family's related to Daniel Boone? That's awesome. But it depends of the origin country, and if it's somewhere in Europe, because we all did come from somewhere, right? Mostly, unless you're an indigenous people. And I don't care how far back you go. Some of my ancestors that I track back goes to the 1500s. So I don't want to hear, my family's been here for 300 years. Well, where were they before that? Somewhere in Europe?
Billy.
Mom, stop! I can't talk to people with you in the background. What?
Some of the people today, they're from Canary Islands.
I know that. The Spaniards control the Canary Islands. I understand that.
And the only citizens of the United States are Puerto Rican.
Oh, Jesus. All right, thank you. All right, we got that. We got that. Oh, my gosh. Anyway. Okay, but I am talking to people, and you're talking on top of me, and it's confusing. That's the problem.
I don't know because
Okay, so please stop. Anyway, so depending on country of origin, it depends on how far back you can go with the documentation. But the best place to start, it depends on how more recent they've come into the country. You can use the census records. And of course, if they've been here for quite some time, we kept records in our country that go back in time to their European ancestors. Because we all just didn't come and show up here and we were always here. The indigenous were here, and there's other possibilities like Nordic, the Vikings. And with the land bridge, who knows? Who knows? So, but I think it's fascinating when you do that and you try to go back in time and follow all your ancestors. My tree is so big, but it took me months of research. Months. I'll give you an example of the tree. It's a pain. And the sad part is, I didn't want to continue to pay for showing the documentation. That's the only way you can actually see the documents, but I still have my tree intact. Because there's a catch for everything, right? To pay for something. It's ridiculous. So I have to pay that little extra just to get access to my information. It's such BS. But I have it. For some reason, Ancestry is not loading properly. Oh, look at this. You may be experiencing some intermittent service with Ancestry.com website. We apologize for any inconvenience this might cause and appreciate your patience. We are working to resolve the problem as quickly as possible. So Ancestry's down. I was wondering what's going on.
The family tree.
Yeah, I can't get access to it right now. It's not working. None of it's working. Oh, wait. Military. Search. It's not going to go to my tree. Oh, wait. I got access to the tree. Search the tree. Find in tree. Here's one. I don't know if it's going to work. I'll just give you an example for one. Because I have to be careful on the information I put on the screen. You don't want to put any importante information there. Personal. See, it wants to show certain things. What?
Dude, I was gonna roll some cigarettes, bro.
Do it.
Yeah?
Ay, hazme uno.
Okay.
Ay, cuidado. Come on, Kendrick.
Oh shit, the washing machine. I know, it didn't even start.
Yes, you're gonna have to put your sneakers on.
I told him that.
He's still gonna bite me.
No, not with the sneakers.
Tato, stop it.
It's with the slippers, you and mom.
With the
Sing-
slipper.
Oh, shit, that's
Me
scary.
too, with this one, with the black ones.
Oh, God. Because he bites me with the sneakers, I feel the teeth.
No, he's not gonna bite you.
No, he bit me before with the
With the
sneakers.
sneakers, I don't think
He will bite him.
Yeah?
Yes.
You guys are still, me, he bites me regardless when he's playing around.
He loves to try to bite Kendrick.
He just plays with me like that. This is not anger, he's just playing.
Yeah, but still, it's. I kind of laugh, but it's not too funny.
I don't like that.
So this just gives you a little hint. I'm not going to show you like, because this is the. It's not working good. It says it. There's all kinds of issues going on with Ancestry right now. But here's one. This is my
Oh, okay.
8th great granduncle. Notice the name Diego Ramos Colon. Diego Colon. That's direct descendant of Diego Colon, Christopher Columbus' son. He was a capitan of the Spanish Royal Army. He was a conquistador. My 8th great granduncle. And he was born in 1606. See how far back the records go?
I'm gonna be back. Wow.
That's a long time ago, huh?
Yeah.
That's a long time ago. That's just an example. So yeah, sometimes you can back up talk with documentation. It's not like I'm talking out of, something else. Let me see if I can see it's not working. I was lucky to get this one up, to be honest. It's having a lot of glitches. It says it too, there's glitches. Connection error. I was lucky to get that. Because it's in my tree.
Papa Martin is in the tree.
What, Ma?
My grandfather.
Everybody's here, Ma. I have everybody. I know, but I have everybody. I went back
No, really,
generations.
You just gotta tell me one thing.
Oh
You
my
have to get
gosh.
away Talking nonsense.
She's talking about grandmother. I'm in 8th great grandmother territory. Yeah, and you see, I got lucky because it's not loading now.
She was Russian. Grandma.
I know that. We said that already. Grandma was Russian. We said that.
She's just a fucking idiot.
I'm live, Mom. Watch the mouth.
I know, but you can
I know, but you got to stop. You got to stop talking in the background because it's a major distraction. People hear two voices.
good.
Okay.
So good.
It's not being mean.
You are
You don't understand.
Okay,
You're saying it again.
You are my father, and I'm not
God.
gonna be talking no more, Daddy.
All right.
Okay?
Okay, Mom. She thinks I'm being mean. It's not. We're hearing multiple freaking voices. You guys could get confused. You hear two people talking at the same time. Okay, here's another one. I think it might work. Nope. Oh shit, it loaded. Here's another one. My 8th great grandmother. Right there. So she's Ponce de Leon. So she's her parents married into the Ponce de Leon line, because she was born in 1595. So her descendants is Ponce de Leon directly. See what I'm saying? So she's a Ponce de Leon, my 8th great grandmother. And facts.
There's more to that.
Oh, there's more, but I'm not gonna show too much on the screen. But so that's just an example. So I'm related to Christopher Columbus's son. Direct. It's not like 15th cousin. And direct to Ponce de Leon. That's crazy, right? It's pretty wild when you think about it. And again, I'm my dad's side, Italian and Russian. What a mix, huh? What a mix.
Father's
Grandpa was from Rome, and obviously my grandmother Olga,
Russian.
Russian. Isn't that wild? And believe it or not, there's a weird mix. Somebody's at the front door. Is that Kendrick going outside? The Spaniards, there was a marriage with royal members of England to connect the families. It's way back. I have actually English royalty that married into the Spanish royalty. I guess they did it for some reason, probably political, to create that kind of joint connection between the two. But that's in there too. Some royal members of the Spaniards married into the royal members of the English. I was like, oh shit! I didn't expect that one.
Can I learn something from you now? The Canary Islands.
She's going with the Canary Islands again.
Okay. And Portuguese.
Portugal is Spain's neighbor. They pretty much worked together in tandem centuries ago. And the Canary Islands is territories of Spain. Go ahead.
Exactly. That's all.
Okay. Anyway, welcome to everybody that's coming in to TikTok. This side is really quiet, the other platforms, but good morning to all of you tuning in on TikTok. And for those that are just coming in, thanks to Staller in chat. She introduced me to a Ukrainian soldier who's right there in the front lines. He's a medic. And we had the opportunity to speak with him, and he was on with us yesterday. He couldn't speak with us much this morning because he's on his way. He's being deployed to a really dangerous area. And he'll be there for a week or so. But then after he's done with that, he's going to have some time, and he's heading to the United States. And he'll be hopping into different states, territories. And then hopefully on the way back or while he's coming, he'll be staying here in New York. I'm planning to meet him, bring him back up here, spend an overnight, have dinner with Mom and I. And I will not have him on camera. It's because his identity needs to be protected. I have not asked him that. I would talk to him more in a private setting, not even through chat messages or anything like that, because that's just too dangerous. That's something I would have a conversation with him face to face. Do you know what I mean? Because he cannot. You got to remember, there is really nothing that is secure. No, using Signal is not secure. Using any of these platforms are not secure. So you have to be very, very careful. Is that what it is? He's going to meet up with some friends and they're all going to go back to Ukraine? Is that what it is? Stala? But that's okay. We're not saying where and who.
That's good.
Also, maybe I'll have a Ukrainian gathering in my house. I think I don't have to worry about ICE for that, do I? Because they're coming in through here legally, right? With their, the credentials. Could you imagine?
Oh, I see.
Oh my gosh, just thinking about that. The friends are volunteering. So it sounds more like a recruitment process. Oh my God. I'm sure these people are vetted. I would hope they're vetted. No, I was being sarcastic, Jenny. I was being sarcastic. But maybe not. You never know these days, right? It's obviously if they're entering the country, it's legally. They have the credentials. He's flying in from Europe. So I'm sure everything is properly done. But that is true. Excuse me. They have deported Ukrainian refugees that are here. So you got to be careful. Period. You got to make sure everything is proper,
Oh, yeah, because you got to pass through that.
Yeah, you got to go through all that.
All that. They'll check your suitcase. They'll check anything.
Could you? And and this isn't even a joke. They'll raid your home. There is no oversight. It's like free reign. You think the DOJ is going to investigate anything that is alleged that ICE does improperly? Hell no, they're looking the other way. This is a paramilitary force.
Gotta be careful.
Because there's no oversight on it. This is like having your own personal, private paramilitary force. When you really look at it. You see a lot of these things that are going on. Is there no investigations going on about the alleged things that are going on? Children being zip-tied that are American citizens.
Well, that's
And all the other crazy stories that you're hearing.
So see what Trump is going to do.
There's
about
no, please. There's no oversight. There's no investigations to see what the protocol was there, what happened. Or are we just going to do that and ask the questions later once they're detained? Okay, you're an American citizen. I'm sorry, you can go home now. After putting them through all that, do you realize what kind of trauma you're putting that child through?
With all the mother and the father.
And how frightened they are with ICE coming in the way they are? And with the aggression that they're showing? And you think that's okay with American citizens? I can understand undocumented criminals. But American citizens having to endure this and living in fear because they're being scooped in all together, being detained, and then hours later, after they can prove that they are who they are, they say they are, then released. Is that shit fucking? Is that okay? I don't think that's okay, and I think the vast majority. I don't want to say vast majority because, there's one certain group that loves it, but I think the majority of this country is seeing this, and they're not thinking this is okay. You know what I'm saying? I think moderate Republicans, independents, of course, Democrats, other people are looking at this shit and they're saying this shit is not cool. This is just not acceptable. The other base is loving it. They love it, of course. That makes sense. But I think the majority of the people in this country are saying, okay, enough's enough. This shit has to stop. And they need to be held accountable for the actions that they're doing. And they definitely should be wearing body cams just like police officers. Because that's why they're trying to prevent people from watching them and filming them. It's not because of the operation. They're even doing things against the local police department and keeping them out of the loop. It's like a military operation in the streets of the United States. And they don't want people taking video because they don't want people to see what they're doing. That's why they need to wear body cams, so they can be held accountable if they do anything improper. And then they say, let's see who you are. Now they say they cover their faces because they're worried about people going after them. I understand that part, but at the same time, that's also there's a duality there. That's also a reason so people don't know who you are doing what you're doing. That goes both ways. I understand it's to protect them but what do we do to protect people that are being threatened all the time in any kind of area? Politicians, on both sides. You know what I mean? And yes, they are protecting their families. That's why I just said they are protecting them. And I totally understand that. But would they need protection if they were doing the job properly? Do you think they would need protection if it was going after the worst of the worst? And I think everybody supports that, right? But it changed when actions took place and things changed. You wouldn't need to worry about protecting your family, because I think the majority of Americans support the idea of getting rid of criminals, undocumented, the worst of the worst, like we were told, out of our country. That was what I thought this was about. But when they started crossing certain thresholds and boundaries, and that's when things got a little tricky. And yeah, they had to start covering their faces because people were angered by what they were seeing. So, there would be no need for that if they were doing things that I think people would agreed upon. Do police officers need to cover their faces? I mean, think about it. Of course they do. I've never seen a police officer here cover their face, I could tell you that. Not in my town. I've never seen a police officer anywhere in New York City, anywhere cover their face. Maybe where you live, not here, not in New York. I've never seen a police officer cover their face. I've never heard that one before. I'm sure there could be. I've never seen it. But I'm just saying. The vast majority of police officers do not wear masks to protect our identities. So why? Anybody in any area, even a person like me creating a song for the Ukrainian people, can face some type of situation. If anyone speaks out on anything, whether you're right, left, middle, you're putting yourself in a position of definitely getting attacked. And there are crazies out there. Crazies that might feel that they need to act upon it because they don't like what you have to say. Oh, you didn't say now, you said soon. Okay, I misunderstood that, Jenny. I got you now. Like, I could show you a video. I went bike riding in New York City, which is beautiful. Don't believe the hype that you hear. And I stopped by the footprints of the World Trade Center. And I spoke to about 7 police officers with long guns, K9 unit. I thanked them for their service. I said, I live upstate. I just want to say thank you for what you do protecting the citizens of this city. And then I continued to tell them about some other stuff. But I actually went up to them. Now, I kept my camera far on the GoPro, far on the bike. I didn't want their faces to be seen. I didn't want details, because somebody could look at that and use that. So I was very smart thinking not to do that. And they wouldn't like it either. And it's not the right thing to do. It's the actual respectful thing to do. And I have the video. I can prove this. And I think more people need to go out to police officers, first responders, and thank them for what they do. Protecting us. Regardless of your political affiliation, it does not matter. They get caught up in it. They're just doing their jobs to the best of their ability. That's my opinion. And we should thank them for what they do for all of us. And as Americans, we have that freedom of expression, opinion, our voices to be heard. Regardless of your opinion, that is our right. And you must speak out regardless if you're a Republican, a Democrat, or whatever. Independent, doesn't matter. It is your right to express your opinion respectfully. But when you start using the hateful rhetoric, that's when you lose me. Because I'm not here to attack other people or judge other people and put it out there to get a rah-rah. What the hell is that? We're rah-rahing against fellow Americans that disagree with us? Really? You enjoy that? That's not the way I want to be. I want to be productive and positive, not feeding on negative energy. And that's why I am honored and proud to write that song that I did for the Ukrainian people and the soldiers that protect them and serve with courage, honor, and pride of their sovereignty of their country, despite what other people in this own country here talk about and buy into the Russian propaganda and somehow find a way to defend Russia, who we have a long history of, Cold War, Soviet Union, then the collapse of, and then Mr. Putin, who is a brutal dictator. We're going to defend this man, Mr. KGB, over the sovereignty of what was agreed upon by Boris Yeltsin and the independence of the old Soviet bloc countries. All of a sudden you want to flip that script and take them back? Because that's what Putin wants. Really? The man who poisons his opposition, jails his opposition, and worse, and anybody who speaks against using what they think they can, and they're locked up, and worse. Really? So we're supporting that? How do I don't understand. It doesn't make any logical sense, but that's what happens. And, you know, it's based on past administration's policies. Like, I'll just say it. Obama failed with Crimea. That past administrations have to be held accountable too for the actions, because this all started. It built up. What happened now? Our president did an AI of himself in a fighter jet wearing crown, trapping on protesters. Oh, see, that's childish. That's so childish. Meanwhile, you know, Daddy helped get him out of serving with the bone spurs thing. Got a doctor to sign off on it, and he didn't go serve. And he does that. An AI, I have not seen that. I cannot confirm it. But he did an AI of himself in a jet. A guy who found a way, rich daddy got him out of serving in the military with a doctor's help, signing off on it. Are you kidding me? I can't believe that. Ma, what are you doing now? I have to make them. Ask Kendrick to do it. He was going to do it.
It's always me.
Alexa, make an announcement.
I'm so unhappy. Happy everything is get out. Bills.
Sorry, something went wrong.
Ma, you can't talk. Alexa, make an announcement. She's still talking.
Sorry, something went wrong.
Alexa gets confused. But it's bizarre, Starla. It is bizarre when you think about things. You know? And I don't know, I mean, I can't imagine. Just imagine generals being assembled and listening to a former podcaster, Fox News commentator, put in a position where he is definitely not qualified. When they say DEI, the majority of the people in this administration are from Fox News, commentators, podcasters, and they're in high positions of power. What fucking experience do they have? And here's a guy representing the Department of War telling them what they need to do, go on diets. I'd be like, who the fuck do you think you are telling me? You? What are your credentials? What is your experience? I mean, that is offensive in itself. Think about that. Some unqualified person that was put there for loyalty reasons is dictating to the generals, and they're not supposed to respond at all. They're not supposed to respond to a political rally, because that's what that was. That was a political rally for the generals. And then to tell the generals, well, you could leave if you want, but if you do, and this was said in a joke, but not really. Well, if you don't, if you could clap, they're not supposed to. They're supposed to remain neutral. I don't know if he understands that. But this is what a dictator would do to try to get the military to be total loyalists to the one. It doesn't work that way. It's not supposed to work that way in the United States. They're supposed to be apolitical. And yes, privately is one thing, but when they're in that uniform, they're supposed to be apolitical and defend the Constitution. So if he's expecting them to clap for whatever he's saying, he's not going to get it. And if you don't like what I'm saying, you could leave, but then you could lose your rank. And I'm like, holy shit, that was meant as a joke, but that's not really a joke. That's like a threat. So that's the kind of nonsense we're dealing with right now. Let me go close that door because I'm worried about the dog. He's right at the door, too. Michael, get out of there. Kendrick, when you get a chance, roll some cigarettes. Because Mom she wants one. Close all these doors, it's getting cold. And the other weird thing is, and we're losing, I'm going to tell you this right now, I better not come back to bite our national security. If you're not with us, and they got to like swear an oath to loyalty to him. If you're not with us, you could resign or you'll be fired. What does that sound like? And then you have stupid idiots saying, well, he can't be a king if there's protests. No. That's not what this is about. It's how things are building up to becoming an autocracy. The signs are there. They're not saying he's a king right now, idiot. And they look so stupid when they say things. They just look so stupid. I'm not a king. No, not yet. And you'll never be a king because you're not royal. But it's about the symbolism of a king. And are they that stupid to even not figure that out? I mean, what? So no, I think from perception of, and my own opinion, I think the majority of Americans are sick and tired. And it's not even about the rhetoric and the nonsense we're witnessing. It's about the state of the economy. Because it's not good, despite what we were told on day one. Oh yeah, I know. Stala, that's next. The economy is not doing well, despite defending all the actions that have been taken. You cannot tell people when they go to the store that the prices aren't going up on everything. Not just groceries, but everything. That's when people, when they're going out there to experience for themselves how it's costing them more to buy goods, that's when people start to realize, oh shit, this isn't so good. This is not what I thought it was going to be. I thought prices of groceries are going to go down. You know, what happened? It's bizarre. But getting back to the main part of the conversation is, like gas is going down. Gas has actually been stable since Obama. It fluctuates, but it was $2.50 under Obama at one point. So gas has been pretty much stable. But don't ask the utility companies about natural gas or electricity because those are going up. Thank God gas is at that price because my heating oil costs more than gas. I don't have the receipt here. I just spent almost $800 on a delivery of heating oil. So if gas goes up, I'm screwed. It's going to cost me $1,000 to heat my home every 6-7 weeks. Again, the prices fluctuate. And that's good. And usually the prices of gas tend to decrease during the winter months and they increase during the summer months because they know people are traveling. That's a statistic that's actually something you need to look into. But there, I mean, you can look at so many different things and have, you know, different opinions and views. It's great that gas is going down. At least that's going down or stabilized. But there are a lot of things that are not. Rent is going up. At least here, everywhere. Do you know how much it costs up here to rent a 2-bedroom home? $2,500? Here. $2,500. I could show you listings. Now, yeah, it's probably a lot less in some other areas of the country. But a lot of people here, they live here, they travel into the city, they work, they come back, they commute. I could rent this house for $3,000. And like I said, utilities are going up. Con Edison wants to raise their rates next year by 11 to 13% in the city. That's going to affect millions of people. Millions. More than 10 states combined. The population in New York is 8-point-something million. There are states that don't have that population. And we're talking about a city, and they're raising their rates 11 to 13% in 2026. So you could look at it, it depends on your area, it depends where you live, it depends on a lot of different things. So what's going on here does not necessarily mean what's going on in other areas of the country, obviously. Everybody's affected differently. So yeah, you know, you got to take everything under consideration. So toward here's one of those typical things that people don't realize. After the economic collapse under Bush, which Obama first term inherited, and there was that big bailout, but that pretty much saved the auto industry. Gas was at $4.93 in 2012. But it fell to $2.40 under Obama. I don't see gas going that cheap to $2.40 on right now. And it says here, the economic and political impact, because I looked it up just now. Republicans blamed Obama when gas prices spiked north of $4, but were silent when prices fell below $2.40. That's typical. That's an example. So, thank God prices are lower. 1-bedroom apartment in this small town. Are you serious? 1-bedroom apartment in this small town is $1,500 a month? Oh my gosh. Oh my God. So it again, it depends what sourcing and the research that you do, but it's important to be objective and look at everything from both points of view or multiple points of view, not just one-sided. I hate that because I can, as an independent, I could pick apart the Democrats and the Republicans on things I disagree, and there are things I agree. So, yeah, but you really live in a very small town, KJ. I mean, really, you're in or like a very rural area. I'm going to show you something. Let's go to a town nearby. Okay, check this out. These are rentals in my area. Check this out. These are rentals. 2-bed, 3,000. 3-bed, 3,200. Look at this. 4 bedrooms, 3,600. A 1-bedroom, 1-bath, 1,500, like you said. Same thing. This one is 1,600. 3 bedrooms, like my house, 2,950 a month. Look at these fucking prices. 2 beds, 1 bath. An apartment for rent, $2,750. This is insane. How do people afford that? And then have to pay for food, clothing, utilities, car payments, insurance. So, and the prices have gone up for rentals and purchases. I mean, really? And those are real numbers. Those aren't fake. Those are listings. Those are actual listings in my neighborhood. Crazy. And then we wonder why we have a homeless problem? Shit. How can people afford to live anywhere? And that's here, though. New York City? If you think that's a lot of money, oh my God, you have to look at New York City. It's much more than here. Matter of fact, I should do that. Let's look at New York City listings. And that's why a lot of people are leaving the city. It's not because of the crime and the political bullshit. It costs too much to live freaking there. And they'll throw the politics into it because that's part of it, you know? But it really comes down to money and being able to live and not being homeless. Because it costs too much to live there. Let's look at Bronx, New York. What is that noise? Look, check this out. This is in the freaking Bronx. Check, oh, that's Kendrick. I was wondering what the fuck that noise was. This is the Bronx. This is, I used to live right over here. 1 bed, 1 bath, an apartment building, 3,500. 1 bedroom, 2,775. 1 bedroom, 2,700. Look at this. A studio is 2,650. This ain't bad, but I wonder what I know where this is. I know where this is, this house. This is a brick home that is one of those attachment, like they're connected to another house next to it. This is the 2nd floor. 2,700 with 2 beds. Look at this, 3 beds, 4,000. 4 beds, 4,000. And this is the Bronx. Forget about Manhattan. You don't want to even see what Manhattan would cost. This is the Bronx. Look at these freaking prices for rents. These are rentals. If we did Manhattan, let's do New York, because that's what it is. It might do New York. Rent. Now this is the city. It's saying the Bronx again. I don't know why. Let's do Manhattan. Forget about Manhattan. It's untouchable for many. And there's really no homes in Manhattan. It's all apartments. It's trying to load. Come on. It's still the Bronx. Why does it keep going back to the Bronx? Let me try to fix this. Why does it keep going back to the Bronx? We want Manhattan. Here we go. Look at this. These are apartments in Manhattan. You want to see cray cray? Look at cray cray. For one bedroom, 6,252. Now in Harlem, for a studio is over 3,000. In Harlem is up here. It's the northern Manhattan area. Look at this, 4,500 for a one bedroom. And if we go into the exclusive areas down here, forget about it. 7,000 waterfront, Waterline Square. It's in Midtown on the west side, $7,224 for a one bedroom. $7,000 per month for a one bedroom on the Hudson River, overlooking the Hudson River. That shit is cray cray. You gotta have money to live in the city. And that's why people can't afford it no more, and they're getting the hell out. It's not about their political shit. That could be a part of it. But, you know, it's not. It's about the money. They can't afford that. They're getting out. They're finding a place where they can go. Do you know how many people that live in this city, like I said, are looking to buy homes up here and then commute? Because it's a lot fucking cheaper. They could buy or rent a 2 or 3 bedroom house up here for $2,500. They can't do that in the city. And whatever it costs to commute, mass transit. Oh, Jesus. This is becoming like a traffic jam here today. Come on. Go. I got to be careful with Taco with the door. Come on, Mom. You're on camera, by the way.
Oh, hi everybody. I'm cleaning outside. That's
All right. I want to close this door because of Taco.
No, I'm gonna go inside now.
All right, go ahead. So I can close that door. So even with the cost of travel expenses, I got it.
Oh, I can't see you.
Let's say it cost $120 or 100. Alexa, turn on living room light.
Alexa, turn the lights in the living room.
Can you just try to go? Alexa, turn on living room light.
Now, why are you telling me what to do?
Sorry, something went wrong.
Because you're
No,
really
no,
distracting
no.
me.
You,
Okay.
you distract yourself.
Okay.
Don't
All right.
distract
I'll
me.
put the light on for you.
Okay, no
Manually.
venga con eso, coño. Can't even do shit in my own home.
All right, now here. Oh, somebody shut the switch off.
That wasn't me.
Oh, the light's not working?
I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Okay, come on, go through.
Trying to clean the front of the house.
Good. Keeps you busy, but don't overdo it either. Because then you're gonna get sick. You're gonna feel it. Can you go through?
What is that?
What is what? What is what?
Where I'm gonna go through?
Go ahead. Walk. Go. And this is why I tell people, Alexa, shut off living room light.
Excuse me? To show the living room right where I wanna sit down.
Sorry, something went wrong.
So she doesn't understand how bright it is in my face, but I don't want to start a conversation because I'm getting a
But
headache.
this is my house. I'm
It's not the
supposed to relax in
it's
my
not the
house.
point. I'm doing something right now, and you're interrupting it, Mom.
Relaxing, man.
Anyway, 30 years ago, in the city, maybe more than that, bullshit. 40 to 50 years ago in the city, the South Bronx was unlivable. It looked like a war zone. No, not the gangs. There was a lot of abandoned buildings. You'd see rubble and filth everywhere. Thank you to the person that said cool room. I'll give you an example. And this is why when people don't understand the history, the context, and they make opinions about stuff that they don't understand because they don't live there, but they make judgments based on what they see in the media, they have no idea. I lived in New York City the majority of my life. Mom lived there. I was born in Manhattan. Don't tell me. You definitely don't want to tell me.
Well, Horse Point Avenue,
No.
that was nice, the market. Horse Point Market.
So this is an example of what the Bronx looked like back then, the South Bronx. Like that. Burnt out, abandoned buildings everywhere. Just everywhere. Look at the filth, look at all the dirt, garbage. And you'd have squatters in these buildings, attics, all kinds of stuff going on. If you think things are bad now, no. You have no clue how bad things were at one point in New York City. And this is in the 70s. This is going back. It was absolutely, you would think it was something out of a movie, a horror movie, like The End of Times occurred, or some kind of a thing happened, some kind of catastrophic event. This is the South Bronx. This is just some images of what it used to look like in the Bronx. And again, some people have, they don't know. I remember as a little kid when we used to travel to Alexander's, Ma, on 3rd Avenue and having to go to these neighborhoods. Ma,
Yeah,
remember?
yeah, but there was a Horse Point Market there, but it was.
Oh, that's the Huntsman Market. I'm not talking about where we're talking about right now.
There was no there people in that.
God.
area.
Huntsman Market.
Making business.
That's nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
I live in Castro Street,
Um,
in the house.
I just changed the filter for the search. Now let me see what I find now. Okay. It's so sad. And minority community, of course. This is what it used to look like everywhere in the South Bronx. And in other parts of the city too, in Brooklyn, there were other areas that looked similar to this. All those buildings are abandoned, burnt out, rubble everywhere. It looks like a war zone. It looks like a picture out of a war zone, okay? That's what it used to look like. And there's a reason I'm showing that. Over the years, and if I could show you, you would be shocked to see if we went to Google Earth. See, this is why the media, when you hear all these people trying to do their political talking points, I almost laugh at the stupidity. Because they're so ignorant and judgmental, and they have no fucking clue what they're really talking about. They don't. They're just feeding the meat. And those people, they don't live here. They don't understand. They just believe everything. Remember, back in the day, crime was so rampant under Koch, Dinkins, Democratic mayors. It got better under Giuliani. Fact. But it continued to get better after Giuliani. The numbers continued to drop. They recently jumped up a spike, but those numbers still do not compare to the past at all. It's not even close. The crime statistics. Regardless, crime is not at an all-time high in New York City. It's not even half of what it used to be. Okay? To be clear. New York City never hasn't looked like that. Subway graffiti all over the place. It's clean now. I remember, like I said, with my mom in the car driving to certain areas, there was fucking garbage all over the streets, filth, paper. The subways were filthy, smelt like urine, graffiti all over them, gang members everywhere. Yes, gang members everywhere back then.
Really?
Have you ever seen the movie The Warriors?
Really, I used to take that number 6 train.
Mom was actually assaulted by a gang member when she was a young girl. He tried to do something to her, and my mother fought back. Right, Ma? On the west side? You got to hear the stories. She was attacked by a young teenager trying to assault her, but she fought back. So again, let me show you. And now there's a reason I'm showing you this and I'm telling you all this. Because we started with the prices, right? How the rents have gone insane where people can't afford it. And that's the reason they're moving out. Not because of the politics, because they vote for who they vote for. It's not to do with the politics that people are leaving in droves. It's because it's too fucking much money to live there. And to be honest, you get tired of being around. A lot of people love that shit. To be in the city life, you know, access to everything. Some people just want to get the hell out and move to a place, a rural place, to raise their young family, you know, all that. There's so many reasons. There's so many different scenarios for anyone. Everybody has their own specific reason of doing what they do, obviously. But here's what happened. And this is the truth. So here's your South Bronx. What happened is the real estate here pretty much filled up and got redeveloped, especially here in Harlem. They redeveloped a lot of this. The South Bronx pictures that I just showed you is now this. What a difference. They completely rebuilt it, and it looks absolutely clean and stunning, the South Bronx now, compared to 50 years ago. And now this area here, a lot of people are moving into it because of that, and the prices and values have gone up to here. Even some businesses that can't root themselves in Manhattan nearby are now doing that here. They're developing here, and they're pushing the poor people out who cannot afford it, especially the way rents are going up. So what a difference this is today than it was decades ago. It is rebuilt, clean, totally different than what it was decades ago. Those houses that you looked at right there in that map are worth anywhere from $500,000 to $700,000 in the South Bronx. At one time, it was all burnt out apartment buildings and rubble. Not anymore. That's what's going on. And believe me, you could look up Zillow. Look for a house for sale or rental in the South Bronx. You'll see how much money it's worth. Or the rental's going to cost you. Because a lot of those people are living there now so they can commute right to Manhattan easier. Jump on the subway there at work. It's not all project. No, ma. There's still rent control Section 8 apartment buildings there, but they're even trying to get rid of them. The rent controls, they're trying to get rid of them. They're trying to price them out and get them out. They're raising their rents all the time so they can be pushed out because they can't afford it. So that is the real crux of the issue why people are leaving in droves from New York City, because they simply cannot afford to live there. Not the political bullshit. Oh, they're fleeing because it just costs too much. Like they would rather pay, like I said, $200 a week to commute back and forth from the city and live up here than having to pay those rents down there. It makes sense, right? You're still saving money because the rents are like double down there compared to up here. So it makes sense to live up here, do that commute, which sucks, but at least they come back to a home that they can kind of afford a lot more than if they were living close to the city or in the city, and still pay for that expense to travel than to actually pay double the rent. They're still saving because it's not costing as much to live there. It makes total sense. Dollars and cents. So when you look at it and you break it down in realistic terms, logical, common sense terms, you'll see a lot of other reasoning why things happening. And believe me, there are people that live there they're not all Democrats in the city, especially in Staten Island, northern areas of the Bronx, Long Island. There's a lot of Republicans too. Now Long Island is not part of the 5 boroughs. It's Suffolk and Nassau. That's different. That's heavy Republican. The northern areas of the Bronx, definitely Staten Island, there are pockets where you have Republican voters. But the majority are Democrats in the 5 boroughs. But you'll definitely have the Republicans who have that opinion and saying, we need to get the hell out of the city and let's move to Arizona or Florida because of their political view. Not really saying, listen, it's just costing too fucking much to live here. I need to get out. I want to just get away from the city like I did. I wanted to get away from the city. I was tired of being around all these people, dealing with the subways and all that nonsense. I got tired of living down there. And yet I was criticized as an American citizen who can move anywhere in this country that I choose to, as we all are, and then being told when we move here come the Puerto Ricans, there goes the neighborhood. Who do these city people think they can come up here and take over up here? Who's taking over what? What are you fucking talking about? That's the kind of shit that happens. Or you might hear people that live in red states and they denounce people coming from blue states into their state. We don't want them here. We don't want those liberals here because they don't want that to change the voting of that state. They wanted to make sure it stays intact as a red. They don't want it to become purple. That's the real reasoning behind it. And there could be others. But they're fucking American citizens and they can move anywhere they fucking want, whether you like it or not. Period. Period. And this gerrymandering on both sides is insane too. Both sides.
I grew up with it. Riverside Drive.
So, you know, you have a lot of that going on. There's a lot of tension when it comes to that too. You have people saying, well, if you're this, don't even think about moving here. Right? I could tell you a story that's true in the Bronx. She's got to stop because it's really giving me a headache, her talking in the background. But in the Bronx, in the neighborhood I grew up with, I'm not going to get into specifics. It's definitely vastly, at the time, white people that live in this neighborhood. A black couple comes into the neighborhood they're interested in buying the house. After they leave, people in the neighborhood told that owner, If you sell to them, you won't have a house to sell. That's the kind of shit that went on. That is a fact. I witnessed it. Mom is going,
Now, how
She
old
knows.
were you? How old were you?
I was about 18, 19.
18, 19.
I can't get into specifics because I'm live, Mama, and I'm not gonna say where it happened and who I was with. I'm not going there. But it happened in our neighborhood. So, judging stereotypes.
When I grew up with the
Judging stereotypes based on a person's
the
race,
girls used to say, "Oh, I don't want to go there."
ethnicity,
That's
how they look, how they speak, who they pray to. All these things play a part in people making judgments on other people based on really ignorance and intolerance. And thinking if we allow them to come in, it's going to change everything that we're accustomed being. Because you still have core pockets. They don't want change. They don't want diversity.
There was a lady.
They wanted, Mom, please stop.
Let me tell you.
Oh my God.
Washington, D.C. And I went with that lady because, I wanted to do something. The lady gave my permission.
Oh yeah, this is true.
And then Washington, D.C. She came with me and we went together. And then it says, no black people allowed.
So this is what happened.
And then
I'll tell the story in more clarity. Mom went on a trip to DC when she was a little girl. And they visited all the popular, known spots, the monument, all that.
Yeah,
But guess what? One of her friends was a black girl. And there was a sign, no blacks allowed. Mom did not go in. She stayed with her black friend.
That's right. Oh,
'Cause the
that was
girl-
disgusting.
Mom's a little girl, and she recognized that.
That was disgusting.
What the right thing was to do
I said, you can't go.
on racism. Just think about it. She experienced that. And so there's a lot of our parents or people we know that experience this themselves too. The signs.
Yeah. I never forget.
So it said no blacks allowed.
Yep. Yep.
Mom's a little girl.
Yep.
And she stayed outside with her black friend because her
That's
black friend couldn't go
You
in.
can't go in there. I'm not going in there.
They want to erase that history. They don't want people to understand that that's part of our history. The sad part of history, but how we overcame that through civil rights and other means. But they want to erase that. That's part of our history. And it's not about how bad things were then. It's how we changed as a society. And we overcame that. And the country became a better place for everyone. They don't fucking understand that. Because it's a real white nationalist point of view. Because they feel threatened. That's what it is. They feel threatened. The identity of this country and the power associated with it. That's what a lot of this is all about too. Is trying to stay in power as the majority representation of this country, and they feel threatened by diversity. Because they know eventually they may not be the majority based on demographics. They know this. They have think tanks. They know this. That's why you see them trying to fuck with the census and other things. In 30 years, the majority may be the minority in this country, and they don't want to lose power. So a lot of what you're seeing right now is the buildup. These are all the warning signs. All the things that are happening is for a bigger reason. But I don't think people see the bigger picture yet. But a lot of this is what it's leading up to. could you imagine using the military in a situation where you don't want to relinquish power through voting? And you decide to use the military against the people because you want to stay in power? Why is this, what's going on, so important now? Because it's what could happen in the future when things really get fucking dicey. People need to think about these things. Don't think short term. Think about the consequences of the future. Because it could, if you think things are crazy now, it could get a lot more fucking crazy. Think about that. And I think a lot of people should be thinking about it on those terms, the bigger picture. And when you think of it that way, oh my gosh. Exactly, Stala. But see, this generation, the older generation, the middle-aged and those older that have these views, eventually they're going to be gone. People my age and older and their views and their positions of voting are going to be gone. What is the younger generations going to do? Because they're going to be the ones in this position. What happens then? Do you know that, and I can pull up statistics, a lot of, you're always going to have those numbers. The vast majorities in the midterms, the last time that voted were 67% voted Democrat.
No, how come when it came
That's
to,
why that big wave didn't happen, the big red wave didn't happen.
when
They
it
didn't
came-
expect that.
Yeah, when it came to Obama,
A lot of young people went out and voted.
they didn't want Obama porque eran negros.
Yeah, there's always going to be, extremism on both sides. You always hear radical left.
And I said,
Well,
I'm going to vote
what's so
for
not
Obama.
radical about the right? They're both radical.
And I did.
It's funny how they use the terminology all the time. The radical left, the radical left, the radical left, the radical left. Well, what the fuck do you think you are? You're moderate? The moderates are called rhinos. Republicans in name only. What the fuck is that? A moderate? So what are you? You're an extremist. You're a right-wing radical. Just like the left, progressive liberals are left-wing radicals. The hypocrisy is sick. It makes, are we supposed to be that stupid? Or is that just because they're just doing that for the base? Probably. But the rest of the country is listening to that and they're like, here we go. Here come the tropes, the typical attacks, the same rhetoric. People are becoming hip to that bullshit. It's old. It's been reused so many times that people are like, oh, this is same old shit. You know what I mean? People are becoming hip to it. It's not working. It might be working for your base, but the base alone is not going to get you any power. Because that's still the minority. You need the independents. You need the moderates. You need Democrats to cross over the party line to vote Republican, like many did. But would you ever see Republicans cross party line to vote for a Democrat? I can say yes, because it happened in my county. This is a Republican county. This is red. But yet, we voted for a Democrat to represent us in the House. So it does happen. It doesn't happen often. That's more like outside the norms. But here's an example where it can happen. Because the people that live here are more moderate. And yes, you're still going to have extreme pockets, right, left, always. That's goes without saying. But the majority of the people here that live here are moderates. Independent, moderate Republicans, moderate Democrats who will cross party line. based on what they believe that their representative is going to do for their constituents, not just on a party line basis, but for our personal interests. What are you going to do for us here? What are your plans for our county? What is your vision? What are you going to bring to the plate representing us? And that's what it should be about. Think about these people that live in red districts. And believe me, there is a big core of this that depend on Medicaid and depend on the marketplace to get their health insurance. And they have their representative representing them in these red districts, and yet they vote for a bill that's going to directly hurt them. That's why they won't do town halls in these areas, because they know the people are pissed. Because it's going to hurt them. You're supposed to represent us, and you went along with it. And that's what they're saying. You went along with it. That's what they're saying at the town halls in red districts. You went along with it. Because it's going to hurt them. Does that make sense? Your representative is supposed to represent your interests. But yet, you betrayed us and you followed because you were afraid for your own political ass to do the right thing and not vote for something that's going to hurt your constituents. That's when you know shit is crazy, and these people are going to get hurt directly. And you think these people are just going to let it go and forget? And know what their party represents now? And they're towing the line? Hell no. Because that's when people, when people get directly affected by policy making decisions, we hear about immigration's a big part of the landscape. But when it comes down to it, I have to stop streaming because she's really driving me nuts. The economy, healthcare is always up there of vital importance to Americans. Well, right now the economy's crap. Jobs growth is slowed because they're worried about hiring because of the tariffs. They don't even know if they can afford it to eat the costs. Small businesses are suffering because they have to raise, and those small businesses can't compete with the bigger businesses because they can't. They got to charge their customers more money. They're not going to eat it like the big corporations are, and even the big corporations are saying, fuck this, we're not eating this anymore. So it's going to be handed to the consumer. And when you threaten healthcare, Alexa, how many Republicans depend on the marketplace for their healthcare?
Sorry, something went wrong.
Oh, she's not working now. Alexa's broken right now. I think it's like 45%. It's more than Democrats. Can you fucking believe that? It's actually more than Democrats. Now, there's like 150 million people in this country that are covered through their workplace for their health insurance. So those people don't have to worry about this. They don't care. They couldn't care less. Because it's not going to affect them. I'm trying to pull up stats. So when you really look and crunch numbers and look at statistics, not media, not podcasters that spin it for one particular party. When you really do the research and you be objective, you're like, oh shit. They won't tell you this. It's like, you notice like some people say, this is happening, all this is happening, but they won't say what's the other objective opinion about what's happening. It's one-sided, always. Always one-sided. They won't tell you the other side's perspective because they don't want to hear it. They don't want to talk about it because that's not what their listeners or viewers want to see. They spin it one way, but you don't get the other side. And yet they both do it. They're both guilty of it. But you won't see information because of that on those outlets because it's not something they want to talk about. Like if you notice, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been saying a lot of things because she's in a ruby red. She's thinking about her constituents. And as a business owner of a construction company, she knows what's going on. And she has other business people that she speaks to. And it's funny, I've seen the reality now of the situation. Well, where were you all the time before that? Where were you? Earth 2? Oh, now you realize, huh? So this is more about, and I'm going to see how old this article is because I don't want to put it. Okay, this is at the beginning of the year. I want to do something more recent. Let's change the timing. Let's do past week. Check when you see this, it's stunning. Let me see if I can find a more of a... And people are starting to receive their letters in the mail too for the marketplace. And estimated increases as quadruple what they're paying now. They're starting to receive the letters. Because November 1st is when the marketplace opens. So people are starting to get the letters and they're freaking out on how much their premiums are going to go up. I actually read a couple of those letters that people posted last week. Real. I'm surprised. You know, it's weird that more articles are disappearing. That's kind of freaking bugging me out as it is too. A lot of I try to bookmark them and then they disappear. That,
Ready?
huh?
The glue is ready?
Yes, put it in the dryer, in the garage. You need a bag or whatever.
Okay. I think I left it.
Okay, here we go. I feel like I'm getting sick. And that's not good. If I get sick, it's big implications across the board for many things, including the station. I have to work sick. So I'm trying to find statistics. Okay, oh, this one's breaking it down good. Listen to this. This is as of the past week. Posted. Mississippi and West Virginia are the states most dependent on federal assistance for Medicaid. Red states. With Mississippi receiving a federal medical assistance percentage of 77%, and West Virginia is at 74%. Other states with significant reliance include Kentucky, Alabama, South Carolina, Arkansas, and New Mexico, all receiving over 60% federal support. There's only one blue state in that list. The majority are red states getting federal assistance for their Medicaid program. So who's it hurting? Here's the breakdown of the numbers. Mississippi 77%, West Virginia 74%, Kentucky 71%, Alabama 73%, South Carolina 70%, Arkansas 69%, New Mexico 72%. Now look at the states that received the lowest, and they're all tied, and they're all they're all fucking blue. That received the least are all blue. Washington, they all have the same numbers. 50%. Washington, California, Colorado, Connecticut, New Jersey, Massachusetts, New York. Least dependent on federal assistance for Medicaid. You would think otherwise, right? Why don't you see this on the news? Why don't you see this on those media platforms? Because they don't want to tell them. That's why. Bottom line, they're hurting their constituents. It's kind of weird because the Democrats are fighting for Republican people that are going to be affected by it. That's why Marjorie Taylor Greene's coming out and speaking out against it. Because she knows how it's going to hurt her constituents. They're so out of touch with their constituents. And elderly couples went from $2,500 to $7,000 a year. This is what I'm talking about. You know, they can spin it any way they want, but it's coming from actual government sourcing, which they're trying to get rid of that too and control that. And going back to something I touched on earlier, now this can only go back so far. Let's go visit the NYPD. Alexa, shut living room light. She's still not working. It's not working. Let's go to the NYPD statistics, why don't we? Historical New York crime. Let's go to the worst of the worst. Citywide, 7 major felony offenses from 2000 to 2024. It won't go back any further than that. I wish it did.
Sorry, something went wrong.
I wish it did. I really wish it did. This is Giuliani now. Look how crime decreased. 184, 162, 154. See how it's trending down? But even after Giuliani, the numbers continue to drop. Under liberal Democratic mayors, the numbers continue to drop. I don't sound too good. It bounced up a little here. Then it continued to drop. It's actually in the tens of thousands and not in the hundreds of thousands. It's almost down 100,000 in 2018 compared to when Giuliani was in office. So don't tell me crime is at an all fucking time high in New York City, because that's a blatant lie. In the double digits, and then COVID, numbers started to bounce up. Now they dropped a little bit in 2024. I don't know what the numbers are now. These are statistics provided by the NYPD. So you can see the numbers definitely bounced up. under de Blasio. I think it was de Blasio. What a wreck. But they're still, compared to these numbers, lower. Lower. This is where it's at. 2007 numbers. They're comparable to that. Look at under Giuliani, 184, 162, 154, 147, 142, 135. But they were dropping. But the point is, they continued to drop. They continue to drop. So when you hear the bullshit through the media, that crime is the worst it's ever been in New York City, that's a fucking lie. Because if we went back even further with the numbers, they were a lot worse in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s. They were a lot worse. 70s was unbelievably bad. So right there, has there been an increase in crime? Yes. But is it at an all-time high? Absolutely fucking not. It's not like crime is rampant in New York City. It's out of control. No, it was out of control for decades before. And Giuliani ran on the crimes. And he did awesome for the city. And I was, of course, living there. I was living there under other administrations. And I don't even know if I could pull up a statistic from the 70s. But to say that it's at an all-time high is a lie. Blatant. It's not even close to all-time high. And that's the NYPD site. You want to question their statistics? Contact them. Because that's what people will say. How can we trust those numbers? Well, how do we trust what you're saying? What are we supposed to believe? You? Because you want to sway it a certain way? We're supposed to believe you. Look at this. Oh, there's statistics. Oh, I want to see this. Oh my God. This is overall the whole state of New York. I don't want to see the whole state of New York, but you got to see the numbers for statewide. Oh my God, how high they were back from 1960. I got to keep this. I got to bookmark this. But that's statewide. The statewide numbers are sick. And even statewide, you could see how they dropped over the years. Look how fucking high crime was back from 1960 to 2019. Look at this. This is New York State. New York crime rates. And the population drops overall in the state, but yet look at all the different types of crimes. Look at these numbers. Look at these crazy fucking numbers. But if you go down, look how they drop. Look how they drop from the above numbers. This is statewide. Per capita. But look how high the numbers were in the 60s. And how they drop precipitously over time. So when you look at statistics, they show the clear picture. But that's for the state. I don't want to hear it. I don't know if this article is going to work. I wish it did.
Billy, are you gonna eat now?
I'm going to eat soon because I got to work soon.
So you better just get ready.
Okay, here's an interesting chart. This is, I hate to put it, I'm gonna actually, I'm afraid to show it. You see what it says on the top. From 1950 to 2020. What does that graph indicate? Look how high it was and how it's dropped. And you see that little bump? But look how high it was. 1989, 1990. Look how high it was. And look at the graph. And it has the different cities. This is New York. Look how New York has dropped. And you're telling me it's at an all-time high? Look how it was back in the 80s. So, lies, more lies, and more lies. I remember, sadly.
Yeah, little boy.
I was a little boy, but I remember.
Little thing like this.
And like I said, the statistics matter. Data matters. Facts matter. That's what it really comes down to.
You gonna eat?
Even this one, I'm going to eat soon. This goes back to the 1800s. Look at the spike in the 80s. Look at this. Look at that. That's insane. 70s, 87, 77, 67. So this is 67, 1973, 1980, 1990, 2005. And it goes back there, and the numbers haven't increased to these numbers. Has there been a bump up? Yes, but it's not what you think, not what the media portrays. So it's a lie. It's a blatant lie. They want us to politically buy into their narrative. It's a lie. A lie is a lie. Period. Because that's why they want to remove statistics. Do you know that the FBI, DOJ, removed hate crimes and those responsible for acts of violence of a political nature? They took it down. Because if you look at the history over the last 30 years, the right has caused more crimes like this than the left. But since they're focusing on the left right now, they had to remove the database because they didn't want people to see the numbers going back historically. Do you know that? That's a fact. They did that recently. They took it out. They removed it. And there's probably articles on that. You can't get them. And the other, there's some other countries that are trying to keep it going. And they took it off. Here's an article based on it. Explainer. This is coming from another, because they removed it. Explainer. What does a deleted U.S. government report say about the politics of domestic terrorists? And it happened after Charlie Kirk, sadly. Republican politicians in the U.S. rushed not just to ascribe to a left-wing motive to the attacker, but to blame the political left more generally for the rise in violence. So, of course, that's the narrative they want to do, but the research says differently. A now removed report whose disappearance from a government website was noted by the news website 404 Media summarized findings by the National Institute of Justice, the United States Justice Department's research arm. However, archived copies of the report tell us about domestic terrorism having remained accessible and now can be downloaded in full. Since 1990, far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamic extremists, including 277 events that took more than 520. That's what they hid. In the same time period, far-left extremists committed 42 ideologically motivated attacks that took 78. They removed it because they want to create their narrative that it's the left that commits most of this. Because remember, he said, it's the left that does all the violence, not the right. Data shows otherwise. Thus, we must remove the data so that the public doesn't see it. How convenient is that? That happened a few weeks ago. I caught wind of it. See what I'm saying? They're trying to control, remove data, and it's also science related as well. Remove data, remove statistics, and create this new historical or lack of history narrative. Like, what the is going on? It's they anything, and I want to see if this is downloadable. I would love to get it. It was available until September 12th. Then they took it down. Ah, shit, it's for members only. I would love to get that PDF. But they took it off. They freaking removed it. I'm sure somewhere out there somebody has it. I'm sure. But to try to find it would take some effort. So they removed it. Because they didn't want people to see that. I would have to spend hours trying to find a PDF of it. Because it's probably going to be really difficult to find it. More, here's one. The National Institute of Justice. I need to download this PDF. Here's one. They're removing this. I only got it because another outlet managed to get it before it disappeared forever. But this is what I mean. They're trying to control everything. What kind of countries and leaders do that? Think about that. And it goes into it. I'm trying to see if I can make it larger. So that you could see it on the screen. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but this gives you an idea of the information that's being removed so the public doesn't see it.
You stop?
Militant nationalist, white supremacist, violent extremism has increased in the United States. The fact the number of far-right attacks continue to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence extremism. Since 1990, and it goes into the numbers,
Billy, Trump started that.
so I'm not going to go through the whole thing,
Trump started that.
but they removed that. The actual statistics, they removed it. Because they don't want people to, they want people to think that the left is responsible for all political motivated T crimes. It's not true. So they had to remove that so they can continue that spin, that narrative, that it's all the left. And in actuality, the numbers aren't even close. Since 1990 to now, who's responsible for more, the right or the left? The right is by a lot. See, but the problem with the media is they focus and exploit it. The same way, I will say, can be said in reverse. Whenever they cover a mass shooting, which is heinous, horrific, you're dealing with most likely somebody who's definitely got mental issues. It does not reflect gun ownership, and the vast majority of responsible gun owners, they focus in on that. What about all the other crimes committed by illegal guns, by gangsters, drug dealers, and everything else? Why are you focused on that? But meanwhile, innocent lives, bystanders, every day, by those that should not have guns, and they're in possession of them illegally. Why isn't your focus on that? Why? Because it's political. And that's what the liberals focus on. It becomes the same thing the way I said they focus on, from a political perspective, on who's responsible for what. As far as domestic T word, the same could be said in a situation like that. How the media exploits a situation like that, and it's agenda driven, and demonizing people that own guns responsibly. It should not happen. We know that. It should never happen. But you got to remember, there are a lot of people that are unstable mentally. And sadly, somehow, it's not diagnosed, or nobody notices the flags that they're displaying, or it's a teenager who has access to them. And there could be other things, bullying, who knows what it is, when these horrific acts happen. But like I said, do you know how many innocent people perish every day or are harmed by illegal guns? Why doesn't the media focus on that? So I'm using both as an example. Across the board, they're both responsible for what they do. To be fair. So this is not to throw blame against the Democrats or the Republicans, but when you look at the different things that go on, they're both responsible. That's just to be very fair about it. So, I mean, we can continue this kind of conversation I mean, you can pick apart, of course, like I said, everybody has an opinion on everything, but when you throw up statistics and data or data, facts matter. Facts matter. Opinions is one thing. We all have them. But it's important to see facts, which are now being taken away and being deleted and removed. That is happening across the board. It's either you submit and you abide, or you will be destroyed. It's like it's getting to the point where it's creepy scary. I mean, really scary. Is it raining?
I was thinking, what is it?
It's raining. It's pouring.
No.
Yeah, it's pouring.
Oh my God.
I'm a weather nut, as many people know on TikTok. You know how I'm a weather nut. Do you know how much research relating
Oh, now I'm gonna go
to weather,
next to
extreme
the window,
weather,
next to the
and
window,
they
with my
hate
pillow,
they hate the
and
word
my blanket.
climate change or global warming. They fucking despise it. So they're removing all that. Do you know how difficult it is for me to get historic references, data, showing how temperatures have increased and how it's affecting, drought is affecting certain areas and other things? They've removed it. They gutted it. It's still available on certain sites, like if you get it from Europe and all that. But here, they don't want you to see that because it doesn't go with what their agenda is. That says a lot. And I'm gonna tell you, from my point of view, like having that as a statistical reference, historical data, to see, since they've been keeping records, to me, that's important. And it's so hard. The NASA site was gutted. Gutted. I don't even know if they still use the word climate change in the NASA site. They might, and even if they do, it's gutted. There's no real historical reference. They took it, it's gone. It's gone. So why would they do that? Why would you erase historical records? Why? It's historical data. Why would you remove it?
Maybe they don't want the kids to,
No, they don't want, they want people to follow what they say. That's what it is. Hold on, I'm trying to see. See, they took off the historical stuff. I'm surprised this is actually still up. Actually, they're still allowing it to say it. This must be irking them. But a lot of the data is gone, the historical data. This is NASA. It's still up. The word climate change is still there. I'm shocked. But the historical data is shot. Historical. They used to have before and after images. We'd be lucky. See, you used to be able to get historical data. It's gone. It's gone. It is gone. They used to have photos and that showed you like slides before what it looked like 30 years ago, and through time, you know how Google has that where you can time lapse it? They took it. It's gone. Bye-bye. They don't want they still have it up, but it's been gutted so bad. I'm shocked they still have that word there. Let's see how long that lasts. I guarantee within a year, you won't even see that. I bet you won't even see that. They haven't gotten around to doing it yet. So those are just small examples, but serious examples of what's going on. Removing data to make it convenient for their agenda. And again, a lot of people don't take the time to actually do the research. Maybe they don't want to see the real numbers. You know, they don't want to actually do it because they don't want to careful because it may not be what you want to find out, kind of a deal. Careful what you wish for because you might not like it. You might not like what you dig it when you start digging. You may not like it. So I'm not going to do it because I'm good with this. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know. I'll just continue to watch CNN, MSNBC, Fox, Max, Newsmax, OAN, whatever. That's it. I'm good. I'm happy. They're telling me what I want to hear. I'm good. And that's where we're at. Because they have a lot of responsibility in this too. So does the internet, social media, podcasters, everyone. They're all responsible. They're playing a part in the division of what's going on right now. They're all playing a part. And am I playing a part? Yes, but I'm being objective. I'm in the middle. I'm trying to be as objective as I possibly can. At least I'm trying. And I think that's important. At least trying to make the effort. Other people are not trying whatsoever because they don't care. They're happy in their own. That's it. And that's a lot of people on a lot of both sides. That's just the facts. And it's sad. It's actually sad. But that's just the reality. So hopefully, somehow, sometime, things will change and it starts to come like this a little bit more. I'm hoping for that. I'm hoping for this to eventually happen, not this. How do you think that being like this is sustainable? Do you actually think being like this is sustainable? Look at how tense things are out there. That's sustainable? Something's got to give. Something's got to change for the better. And we all play a part in that. Does it have to start with one person or 10 or 100? Or do we just accept the status quo? Remember, our lives matter. All lives matter. Time passes by. Precious time of our existence here on this planet. Why are we wasting it fighting amongst each other? Valuable. And the children are watching this. They're watching the adults behave like this. What kind of an example are we setting? What kind of example is leadership showing to the future leaders?
Yeah, negative stuff. Evil.
We talk about how other countries indoctrinate their youth, manipulate, brainwash. Well, what the is going on here? They're watching all this.
They've been unhappy.
They go to school with their peers. The children are watching. The children are attending rallies.
So fucking sad, man. They use even the kids. I mean, you can't help that. Fucking idiots. No.
And they're seeing it's okay to act, talk, and behave like this.
I can't believe that.
So what do you think happens? Maybe that's part of the plan, right?
Those kids will be dictators.
To keep my way of thinking and pass it on to my son or daughter so they can continue it? Again, what kind of an example does that set?
Those kids must be unhappy from that. Poor kids. Leave them to it. I let them ride with it, motherfucker.
I don't know. But
Careful with
I don't see this as being in the right direction. And I think if you probably ask people in this country, do you see us getting back together as divided as we are? Do you see any light at the end of the tunnel? I would like to see what people really say about that. On any side.
They're afraid too, dude.
They probably would say, not likely. Or I don't think so. Some might be definitive and say no way. And there could be some people that would say, hopefully, I hope so.
This war is gonna end.
But if the hope so's are so low on that scale,
End it.
other people have given up and accepted it, that it's not going to change. That's the problem. They're accepting it. By accepting it,
They're scared.
oh, they're definitely scared to speak out these days.
Sure.
There's no question about that.
Yeah, they're scared.
And Starla, you're right. We all need each other now more than ever.
And they have kids, you know.
We need to come together.
We need the kids.
And you know what? Our representatives should be responsible. Instead of the things that they do, they should hold each other's hands, Republicans, Democrats, Independents alike, and show unity. But they can't. Not under this administration, they can't. Because every one of them would be primaried out. Don't hold hands with the Democrats. You're going to be primaried out. Elon's going to raise the money. Trump will put Truth Social posts. They're aligning with the enemy. We got to get them out. They cannot do that now. But wouldn't it be nice if they all stand in solidarity to say to the American people, despite our differences, and that is the way it should be under a democracy, we're going to find a way to work together, hand in hand, and we're going to work through this for the betterment of the country, for everyone. Wouldn't that be a beautiful surprise? That's like a dream that is a dream. It's a fantasy at this point. Yes, it's compliance. Accepting is compliance. You're definitely, Starla. It's compliance. There's no doubt about it. But wouldn't that be a beautiful thing? I mean, I would love to see something like that happen. To have the two leaders from either house or the Senate to stand up there and say, this is so that the American people know, moving forward, we're going to stop the rhetoric of demonizing each other, expressions of hate and vitriol, labeling each other as an enemy of the country, And we're going to change this. And yes, as a democracy, we have different views of policies. And whether it's conservatism or liberal in nature, despite our differences, we're going to sit down, find a way to work through things, compromise. They know they're not going to get everything. We know we're not going to get everything. But it's for the betterment for everyone, for country, for the country.
Save your country.
Save our country.
Save the
Do
country.
the right thing.
Please.
Show the American people that have very little, whether it's right or left,
You're gonna suffer
trust
if you do it.
in what you do. They know it's broken. It's been broken for decades. That's the way people view it. It's been broken, regardless if it's a Republican or a Democrat in power. It's broken.
So stupid.
Fucking broken. Wouldn't that be a beautiful thing if they came out and said, in a public setting, standing there side by side, that we're going to find a way to work together? Enough's enough.
And everybody will be happy.
We're done with the rhetoric. We're done with blaming each other and calling each other names.
That's how. Work together.
That's not what we should be doing. We should be doing to work together
Yes.
and compromise and communicate and listen to each other
And think of your family.
and do it for the betterment of the country, for all citizens.
That's right.
Period. Oh yeah, and the finger pointing. There's no question. Wouldn't that be a beautiful thing? Is that realistic today? No, sadly. It's tragic, actually. Maybe in the future. It's going to take many years, I think. Many. At least a decade. I do not see what's happening now going away anytime soon. But I hope, and I may not be alive to see this, but I hope one day that it happens and the country becomes stronger together, unified, together, standing despite our political differences or whatever.
You got kids, you got wife.
At least the country will be truly the United States of America
That's right.
and the people that live here. Because you know what? I think the demonization that some people don't love this country and labeling them as hate,
What country? Not our country.
that's so irresponsible.
Not our country. We love each other.
That's not the message you should be putting out there. Calling fellow Americans un-American and they hate their country. Think about that. Because they oppose your views. They hate America.
Yeah.
They're un-American.
Yeah.
Is that what we should be doing? Responsible leaders should be talking like that? How many people shake their heads when something like that is said? Not enough.
But how you say united?
Not enough.
United with something like that.
And it doesn't matter if you're a Republican, a Democrat, or whatever. A statement like that should alarm you. Period. That should make flags go up like, what the fuck?
I feel bad for
So I hope things change.
I hope so. Please God.
I pray things change. But it's like I said, I have no optimistic opinion that it's going to anytime soon. Sadly. And it's tragic. It is sad. It's sad for our country. It's sad for the people that love this country, regardless of what party you're affiliated to. And that's why I wrote Weeping Dove. Because it's sad.
Very harmful stupidity.
What do you think, and I hate to throw this into the context, what do you think Jesus would say?
Ah,
Honestly.
you believe in God,
What do you
believe in
think
God.
Jesus would say?
That's right. That's right.
And you know what they would do? Send them out of the country. Go back to where you came from. Does that sound obscene and crazy? Not necessarily.
You have to have faith in God too.
Yes, Jesus is weeping
That's right.
because that's not what we should be doing, judging other people. Love thy neighbor. I mean, it's incredible
What happened?
that people that say under God, patriots under God, well, you should literally reread the Bible and you should honor what's in the Bible under the commandments.
Yes. Yes.
And the teachings and the morality and the
devil is
principles.
loose to get the people
Don't call yourself a person of faith if this is how you behave.
exactly.
Because Jesus would not approve of what's going on right now.
Yep. Yes. You have to put
Remember,
faith in God, my God.
they were oppressed.
You see,
He represented
go to Jesus and God, you will-
those that were
you're
oppressed,
going to see that the change.
not those that were in power. Just ask the Romans. Even the church was threatened by him and his influence amongst the
Jesus was
people.
sacrifice.
Amongst the people.
Sacrifice.
Helping the poor, the oppressed. What would Jesus say? Think about that. If you call yourself a God-fearing person, think about that. What would Jesus say if he were here right now? In this country, what would he say? He would talk about peace and love and compassion
Yes.
and caring for one another and not judging each other and not spreading words of
Helping.
hate and labeling each other as the enemy. Those are all the attributes that
But the enemy is the devil.
do not represent the word
The devil.
of Jesus. Think about that. When you throw religion into the equation, call yourself, you're protecting religion, your faith. Well, if you were so faithful, a lot of this may be preventative because you wouldn't be doing what you're doing right now. Judging and spewing hate. Where's the love? Where's the compassion? Where's the lack of ignorance? And where's the tolerance? Where's the respect? Forgiving. What about the word forgiving? What about the word judging? Who are you to judge? You're being judged. You are not the judge to judge others. That is left to a higher power.
That's the devil.
So think about it when you throw your religion part into the equation. Because Jesus would not accept what's going on right now. There's no way. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Maybe that's what we need. We need intervention. We need divine intervention. Maybe that's what it might take to stop this
You know
insanity.
What God says? Help yourself that I will help
Yes, sowing the seeds of division, they will reap what they sow.
Like you said,
And sadly, it will be too late. Because like we said earlier, you're complicit. There's not enough people speaking out of what's going on. From any side. Both sides should recognize this. I am not putting blame on Democrats or Republicans. We all are responsible. To each other, to ourselves, to our neighbors, to our family, co-workers, everyone. And I will pray with Mom. Psalms is a favorite in this house. Right, Ma? I won't even get us started right now because it won't stop. But, you know, I went through trials and tribulations in my life where I lost faith. I did. I was in such dark places. But I don't want to call it reborn, but my faith, thank God, has been reestablished. So I've kind of went full circle, to be honest. Now, yes, raised a Catholic. I probably have pictures in that photo album of me. I know I do have one with my communion suit, my blue suit. When
you were baptized.
Yeah, not just baptized. I did my communion and
That's
confirmation.
what I'm saying.
I used to go after school to the Catholic school. I was in a public school, but I had to go to Catholic school to take the classes to do that. And I actually remember it. I was a little child when I did the communion. I can't remember that. I don't know what the age is, 8, 9, something like that. I remember it though. And wearing my little suit.
You move it for the hat and the little suit.
So yes, I was raised a Catholic.
Baptized.
And proudly so. And everybody should be proud of whatever faith. And that's your faith. It's not my place to say who you pray to or do not pray to. It is not my place to judge anyone. That is up to the individual. That is their choice. That is under the Constitution, their freedoms to choose. It's not my place. I wouldn't want somebody telling me who I should preach to or not pray to, or, you know what I mean? I respect people.
And you cannot judge the Jewish people.
I don't judge anyone.
No, but I'm saying, a lot of people, yeah.
Because the same way you judge, well, guess what? Be prepared to be judged yourself. And that's why in my lyrics sometimes I'll put that glass house reference. So, again, when you break it down, philosophical, spiritual, common sense, principles, morals, respect, dignity, love, compassion, caring, all the positive attributes, instead of dwelling on the negative.
And then you feel good about it.
That's what's freaking important. And I think people are so stressed out and they're tired. They're tired. It's like mental fatigue. It's like psychological warfare.
But you can't stop them. You gotta keep on.
And we have to keep this message of positive going.
Yeah.
We can't let that dwindle. We can't let that flame go out.
Don't let the devil get in.
Like Mom is saying, don't let the devil
Yeah.
influence. Because this is like an evil
Yes.
thing, influence. Yes, it's spiritual warfare. It really is. For the common good of everyone, not a party. One party does not represent the spiritual aspect as they're trying to frame it as. And they're using it in political means, which scares me in itself. That they represent the side of God and the other side are the evil Satanists.
Well, don't worry.
And, the other stuff that they say.
Don't worry.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, but God will take care of that.
And they know this, and they're still doing it.
God will take care of that. You see.
That's dangerous.
That gives you an opportunity, but if you don't, you're going to see something.
And I don't understand if they realize what they're doing, how serious that is.
You don't know.
It's mind-boggling when you think about it. It is fucking mind-boggling.
That says do good.
And it's downright scary.
Do wrong, and you're going to see what's going to happen.
We worry, people say, oh, we got to worry about the T word. They're in our country, they're here, they're coming over the porous border. You think that's the problem? It is. But that problem does not compare to our own demise here, self-destruction amongst ourselves. We are going to be responsible for destroying this great country. We, the people here, because of the divisiveness, we are heading to a point of no return. And people throw out the C word all the time, the CW word all the time. What does that tell you? That's inner. The enemy within, as someone mentioned recently. That should scare the shit out of every person in this country.
Get yourself a Bible. A Bible. And
That really should make people very nervous when
and read
somebody says something like that
Psalm 4.
to justify actions.
You'll see. Huh.
Oh my God.
And why? And God will
Pray.
take.
Pray.
Yeah.
Pray.
God will take away strength.
Think about it.
to read.
We're worried about adversaries, foreign threats. No, the threat is right here. Yes. Being created right here by those in positions of power,
That's a
leadership.
devil.
They're responsible for this. A lot of them are responsible for this. Don't blame, deflect, and blame other sources.
I have my Bible.
Blame yourself. Because you're compliant to it. Blame yourself. Because if it ever happens in our lifetime, you played a role in it. Because you were complicit. I don't want to hear about it after. It's too late. And you stood by and did nothing. And you went along with it. I mean, a reality check. People really, and yes, pray. Pray.
Psalm
We need some type of divine intervention at this
Psalm
point.
12, Psalm 4.
I mean, really, we're at that point. We need some kind of divine guidance to set it all straight. But you know what? If that were even to happen, they would politicize it and say, that is a false prophet. That's not what that you think that is. It's something else. You could only imagine how everything is flipped sideways anyway. Even if a divine entity, the second coming, and let's say that individual or that spirit or whatever says, you need to stop. Those men that don't want to stop are going to demonize that entity for saying that. And that person is the false prophet.
Yep. Yep.
Even in a situation like
Wants
that.
to confuse you.
Because it's not part of, they're not going to go along with it. When you think of it like that, that's how freaking scary it is. that even if there was divine intervention, because politically it may not be the message that you want to hear, you will then flip it and say that that divine entity is actually evil, reincarnate, the Antichrist, instead of being the second coming. That's when you know shit is bad. That even in a scenario like that, it's possible. Just being possible is scary enough. That's not an outlandish thing I just said. That actually, I could see that happening. And that scares me just saying it. That is even possible.
To confuse.
That's where we're at. That even a scenario like that could even be possible. And it's almost like the time now to go eat and mic drop. But that's how serious things are. So I hope that Dom, wherever he's going, a Ukrainian friend, the soldier, stays safe. His battalion, the other battalions there in the Ukraine, the innocent civilians in Ukraine that are constantly barraged, and it's so horrific.
I bring them food.
All those, I hope they get all those missing children back, the thousands and thousands of missing children that were taken to Russia. Can you imagine only what those parents are going through?
But I keep the stream.
I mean, all the atrocities that are going on. Like, everybody is focused on Gaza, the humanitarian crisis, however you look at it. It's really bad in Ukraine too.
Yes.
And I pray for all those people. And I hope that my song, I'm honored that his comrades are playing the song. That's kind of cool. That my song is possibly being heard right now in Russian.
Oh, wow.
I made a Russian version.
Oh,
And they're listening to my song
oh, my
that I wrote
God. Make them happy.
in Ukraine. And he said, Bill,
Wow.
this could be a really big song in Ukraine for the people, for my people.
I know.
That is such a humbling,
Keep them happy.
I am
and
honored.
them.
I don't want to get emotional, but that it's an honor to even be considered that way, that my song would have an impact like that. And you said, Stala, he already sent it. He already sent it out to the others.
Yeah,
It's spreading in Ukraine already.
I do.
Matter of fact, before I leave, let's see if the song, because I have to send him.
Didn't I throw some
I
money to
published it in Russian,
the Bill?
but I don't know if it's public yet. Yes, Mom.
Did I throw some money to the Ukraine?
Yes, you have in the past, but he said don't donate. There's a lot of corruption in Ukraine.
Ma, no.
He told me where to send if anybody sends, because yes,
So those people are
there is corruption.
suffering.
Is there not corruption in the United States?
Man, those people are suffering with Ukraine.
I know one guy that's a Democrat in Jersey who was corrupt to the core, and he's now in prison, as he should be. Melendez, what's his name? Bob Melendez? I forget his name. He took bribes, he took money, he took gold bars and all kinds of other shit. Corrupt to the core.
Guess I'm gonna stupid. What are you doing? You don't get
But then again, somebody gets out of prison on a pass because they're a Republican, and that man misled the constituents on Long Island, but yet it's okay because he's a Republican. Corrupt to the core. Even other Republicans can't stand the guy, Santos. They can't stand him. It was kind of an eye-raising thing that he did it. Oh, but he's a Republican. What? What? You commuted his sentence because he was a Republican? Other Republicans can't stand the fucking guy. What was that about? I feel sorry for the guy. What? Republicans didn't like him anyway. That shit made no sense. It was an eye-opener one. Like, he did just what? To who? For who? We don't want that fucking guy back. We don't want him anywhere near us. Keep him away from us. That was a surprise shocker one. I was
And
like,
he looked
what?
like a nice guy, too.
Anyway. I was like, what the hell was that one about? And believe me, behind the scenes, Republicans are questioning it too. Because like I said, they did not like him. He was not liked.
Ruben,
It's not the point, Maya. You always miss the point.
yo creo que él es cubano.
I don't care what he is.
I'm just telling you, I think that's the one, but I could picture, I could see his face.
It's funny what they say behind the scenes and what they say in public. Can you only imagine? Like even right now? They're too scared to say anything publicly. But you can only imagine the conversations in private they have. I can't even imagine. And I don't know if it's going to be available yet. I got to give him the YouTube.
Let me go and eat something.
Yeah, I'm going to eat soon too. I have not eaten and I am freaking out.
I made that with the hot sauce and
I don't
aguacate.
think it's out yet. Frontline. Oh my God. I got a lot of songs published. It is not published yet on YouTube Music. I'm going to try one more. Spotify. It usually pops up on Spotify fast. If anyone's going to be on, it'll be Spotify first. That this song is published.
The musicians will be fighting for. Because I sing.
Oh, one of the front. Oh, the front line is published. I knew it. The Russian version and the English version that I wrote is published.
Yeah?
Yep.
Oh, that's so cool.
Share. Copy link.
And the Russian are listening to it?
They are listening to it.
Oh,
For real. His comrades, other soldiers, are starting to hear this song in Russian.
oh my God, that's so
Right, Stala? It's confirmed. He even told me this morning in a private message.
Oh, make them happy. Oh my
So now I got to message him and send him the link to this one.
Go ahead, Putin, bitch.
Mas, stop.
You stupid fuck. That Putin, can't stand that man. So mean. Him and Trump, their buddies.
I just sent him the Spotify link to the song for the Russian version. Now, what I am curious to see is what it looks like. I hope it has the Ukrainian flag. I will be pissed if they didn't use my thumbnail. I will be pissed. Let's open it up. Yes! Check it out. Let's share it on the screen for everyone to see. It's in Russian. All right, Maya, we can't talk.
They're gonna.
Агрессивное вторжение, старые видения прежней оккупации. Мир наблюдает со стороны, слова о прекращении. Карусель политических решений порождает чувство
right, time out.
неуверенности.
It's because it's in Russian. I'm not going to bring up the Russian lyrics. I'm going to pull up my lyrics. So it's in Russian. I wrote it because it's in Russian. You see how cool that looks? With the Ukrainian flag, Kyiv. See how I use that thumbnail? I had to kind of play with it and recreate it so it's like not something I had to redo it. In other words, make it original.
Can I look at it?
I'll show it to you later. Let me pull up the lyrics. in English. It's called Frontlines. I'm going to just do it like this. And now we'll play the song. So obviously the song I translated to Russian and I made a Russian version. Because the first song I wrote was in English. And he said, they liked it, Bill, but they can't understand it because it's English. So I said, okay. I didn't tell him I was going to do this. I decided to make a Russian language version. So now they understand it.
Агрессивное вторжение, старые видения прежней оккупации. Мир наблюдает со стороны, слова о прекращении. Карусель политических решений порождает чувство неуверенности. Демократические ценности независимости атакуют безнаказанно. Храбрые граждане стоят единые, свободы на кону. Мужчины поднимаются на защиту, позиции заняты на рассвете. Служат с честью и отвагой, флаг греет рядом, синий-желтый прекрасный. Солдаты служат с гордостью, братья по оружию, защищающие от тирании свободу своей родины. Пропаганда сеет заговоры, охраняя невинных, служат своей земле. Украинцы сражаются с гордостью, держат позиции на передовой. Международные братья рядом. Многие сомневались в их решимости, противостоя мировой державе. Нации объединились в защите, эскалация кажется мрачной. Безжалостные акты агрессии, невинные жертвы жестокости. Детей уводят с их земли, непреклонные акты смертности. Свобода восторжествует, враждебность будет отражена. Чья жертвы многих семьи воссоединяются. Стабильность восстановлена, руки соединены вновь. Свобода возвращается, мир по всей родной земле. Братья по оружию, защищающие от тирании свободу своей родины. Пропаганда сеет заговоры, охраняя невинных, служа своей земле. Украинцы сражаются с гордостью, держат позиции на передовой. Международные братья рядом.
So that goes out to him, his comrades, and the people of Ukraine.
Yo creo que era Rusia, Rusia.
It is. I did it in Russian, so they can understand the lyrics.
Oh.
Huh? So the people that listen to the song can understand what the words are saying, my man.
Where are the people right now?
It's spreading over Ukraine right now. It's actually being spread in Ukraine as we speak. My song. He said he just sent me a message. Amazing.
Yeah.
He just sent me the message because I sent him the link to Spotify. So, and I'll send him the TubeU link later when it becomes published. And he said it. This song is gonna spread. I'm telling you, Bill. This song is gonna spread in Ukraine. Just be ready for it, and be ready for the Russian propaganda machine to take my music and flip it with their own lyrics. Can you imagine? They're gonna take my song, the Russian arm, and they're gonna take my music, take the lyrics out, and put their own shit in there. But sorry, Russia, I wrote it first. I have licensing proof, and I own it. Sorry. Sorry, Putin. I am not apologizing to you ever, and I'm never going to be nice to you. I'm not rolling out no red carpet for your ass. It's like insane.
I've heard that.
Anyway.
I've heard
Yes, for Dom, comrades, battalion, and people. I wrote it. That's why I wrote those lyrics. It's a message not just for the soldiers. It's a message for the people of Ukraine. And trust, and there is maybe, okay, let's exclude the United States from this, but there are a lot of international contributors with personnel volunteering to serve with Ukrainian soldiers. Absolutely, Louis, for sure. No, they can't play this song in the loudspeakers, but I wouldn't be surprised. He said they're listening to it already. My song is starting to spread within his battalion. And that's how it starts. And then it spreads. So my song is now in Russian and being spread throughout Ukraine. Can you imagine that?
that is beautiful.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that,
And like I said, the Russian propaganda tool is going to take my song, take out my lyrics, and flip it because they know they're listening to it now in Ukraine. And this is the foundation. My song is going to spread. And he said, Bill, this song is going to spread and it's going to get big in Ukraine. Are you ready for that?
but are the people going to be able to listen to it?
Are you ready for the Russians to take your song and flip it?
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid.
Oh, they will.
That's what I'm afraid.
Bring it, because I'm not afraid of that. Thank God in the United States we have those freedoms of opinion and expression, and we can voice our in a respectful way. We can, some people find a disrespectful way of doing things, but I take the higher road. So, let's see what happens. Like I said, it's already on Spotify. I gave him the link. Soon it'll be on YouTube Music, Amazon, iTunes, Pandora, iHeart, Shazam. Anywhere you get your music from, it'll be available by tonight. And there he is. He's coming into chat now. Dominic, get out of here. Go do what you got to do. But I'll give you the YouTube link later on today when it's public. But spread it out. Spread the song out. I hope they all love it and enjoy it. And I would be honored and proud if they're listening to it. It would be an honor, an absolute honor, that the Ukrainian people and your fellow comrades are listening to that song and understanding that an American, that there is people out there internationally that care about what's going on in Ukraine,
And I love that.
and not politics getting in the way.
That's right.
Just caring from a human perspective about what's going on there.
Yes. Yes.
Just taking the politics out of it.
No politics.
It's about what's going on. So
We'll put in there. No.
I'm honored to be able to do something like that for you. And then again, like I said, this has nothing to do with you because you're not supposed to be involved in any political discourse or opinions. I'll say it. The lines that somebody said that should be drawn right now is such an ignorant, stupid, absolute wrong move for the United States because Russia would get over $11 trillion worth of mineral resources in that occupied territory right now. So that minerals deal that we signed with them, you can just do this because Russia's going to get it. That's how stupid that is.
Putin.
That would immediately create a boon for Russia's economy, and they're going to reinvest. Forget about it. That is the most stupidest thing I've ever heard. When people look at the details of how stupid it is, in the national security interest of the United States, dependency on rare earth elements and so many other minerals, 55 of them Ukraine has, including oil and gas, coal, etc. But we're just going to hand it to the Russians. And Putin is going to fucking love that. But we have a president that seems to love Putin. Putin's going to love this. He may complain publicly and, you know, because he's KGB, he'll be like, oh, I don't know if I want to agree to this. Meanwhile, he's fucking laughing. He's got the vodka ready to drink because he's going to get a huge economic boon with the trillions of dollars worth of resources on the occupied territory that they're on right fucking now. Alexa, are you working? I think she's still failing. You'll be in New York for 1 to 4 days? Let me know privately. I'll take the trip maybe with Momzilla.
I'm working perfectly. Thank you very much.
All right. So
Always on the clock. Never taking a coffee break.
But we have
the perks
to-
of being digital.
Alexa, stop. But we have to be careful because, believe it or not, you know, the Russians have a lot of assets here in the United States, and they will be trying to monitor your...
Sorry. something
Alexa,
went wrong.
stop!
Alexa, thank you
And they
very
will be
much.
trying to monitor your movements, obviously. Especially if you're on that list, like Americans are on that watch list that the Russians have.
Mira, esa,
Do you know that, Ma? The Russians have a watch list of Americans that are helping assist Ukrainians. Can you believe that? The Russians have a watch list. They want to arrest and detain certain Americans that are helping, and this has nothing to do with people as representing current military. This could
Sorry.
be,
something
Alexa,
went wrong.
stop.
Alexa,
This could be
thank you.
former military. They're there in an independent role, or even those that we have there logistically helping train Ukrainian soldiers. What-
Sorry. Something went wrong.
Let me lower her
Yeah,
down.
but let me tell you something, Billy.
They're on a watch list.
Yeah, but the FBI is already watching them.
And like Dominic said, Dom, you let me know when you're in New York and we'll work things out. There are 93 unalived Americans remains. Why don't we hear about that in the news?
I know.
How are the families trying to get their loved ones back? They're American citizens. Do we not want them back?
No, they'll protect.
Or is the United States condemning them and not acknowledging them for political reasons? And I think he said there's over 200 currently that are alive, that are on that fucking Russian watch list.
I think it's the FBI.
I mean, think about that.
The FBI is watching them,
That's crazy.
but they don't know.
So when I'm doing my stream, what other people do is their business. It's not my place. What they say, what they do, whatever, that's them. When I'm sitting in my chair, I'm speaking my mind. You better believe that. And my mother and I can jointly say this. We support Ukraine.
Oh, yeah.
We do not support Russia.
No,
We support Ukraine.
Ukraine, period. They're suffering.
There will be no red carpet rolling out here for any representation from Russia. That will never happen. Because he's a thug. He's a criminal.
Es un diablo.
They try to criticize Zelensky,
Oh, yeah.
and You can't even come close
Yeah.
with Putin.
Oh no. Putin
And to try to balance this out and sympathize and defend Putin is just so obscene in itself.
Malo.
It's just, I don't get it because it's fucking politics. But with
So
these,
wants to make
excuse me, Mom, but with these same people here in the United States say, it's not our problem, it's not our business, we should stay out of it. Well, remember, Alexa, is Ukraine considered a vital security interest to the United States? Not working.
Well, because
It is vital. And it's not because of the strategic
acts are really
aspect of it all and the, the geographic. It's the freaking resources that the United States companies signed by.
Has been a significant focus of U.S. foreign policy.
She's broken. She's not working well today. But because of that deal that was signed April 30th of this year that the president made with the Ukrainian government, we have preferential 50% profit margin for any projects for the mining resources of any kind in Ukraine. You telling me that's not a national security interest of the United States with our dependency on China and other countries for rare earth and other mineral resources, including what they have is gas, oil, coal, etc. Are you kidding me? Of course it's a vital national security interest to the United States. Do some homework. Alexa, what is the value in resources on the occupied territory that Russia currently occupies?
I don't think she knows all that.
She does.
Russia currently occupies territories in Ukraine that contain significant natural resources estimated to be worth over $12 trillion. These resources include substantial deposits of titanium, iron ore, lithium, coal, oil, and rare earth minerals, representing a major strategic and economic asset.
And that's the land that Russia currently occupies. And our president wants to draw the lines right there and give it to Russia. Russia is not going to complain. It's not just about the territory itself.
The current U.S. administration, led by President Trump, has indeed expressed interest in negotiating an end to the conflict in Ukraine. While specific details of any potential agreements are not public, the administration has indicated a willingness to consider territorial compromises as part of a broader peace initiative.
Alexa, how important is the minerals deal for the United States economy?
Alexa's not saying nothing.
You can't talk when that happens, Ma. You don't understand how important it is for us. Alexa, are you there? Very slow to respond today.
Present. Just call my name and I'll come running.
Alexa,
Not literally, of
how important to the national security interest of the United States is the minerals deal we signed with Ukraine?
The U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal is strategically important for several reasons. It provides the U.S. with priority access to Ukraine's critical minerals, helping to diversify supply chains away from China's near monopoly. The deal covers 22 critical materials, including uranium, lithium, titanium, and graphite, which are essential for defense, clean energy, and high-tech manufacturing. This aligns with President Trump's America First policy, enhancing economic security while supporting Ukraine's reconstruction efforts.
It is a vital national security interest for many reasons. Ukraine. It is part of the America First policy. But yet,
National security.
Alexa, stop. But yet, he's about to give a vast amount of those resources to Russia. if they keep the occupied territories and draw the lines where they are right now. What? So that minerals deal is worthless because Russia's going to occupy it. Most of those resources is in the occupied territory that Russia is on right now. Does the president not understand that? Is anyone in his administration telling him, whoa, 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 back off? Do you realize what's there? Do you realize the minerals deal that we signed? It affects that. Is there anybody in his administration that has the guts to tell him that this is a really bad idea for the benefit of the United States and America First policy that you push? Bad idea. You better rethink that. But he'll flip again because he always flips. You better rethink that. You better rethink that because Russia's about to get $12 trillion worth of resources. 12 trillion. And our American companies that could have preferential treatment in Ukraine and get access, 50% profits of all that stuff that's there, less dependency on China. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, that's your reminder for your appointment tomorrow, Ma. For the doctor.
For real?
Yeah. It's an automated message. That's for your doctor's appointment tomorrow afternoon. So, this isn't just about territory itself. They'll definitely feed. They'll feed. Think of it this way. They don't even have to worry about sanctions. This would create such a boon for the Russian economy. The Russian economy is horrible right now. Well, just think about putting $12 trillion into it, potentially. We got them in a pretty weak position right now. And now you're going to strengthen their position? And what do you think? How do you think they're going to spend that money? The same way you talk about Biden giving back money, freeing up money to Iran in the billions. We're talking fucking 12 trillion. And you're going to give it to Russia? And you're not making a big stink about that? Is nobody questioning that? That's scary. Maybe, could you imagine that these people that are supposed to be competent in the administration don't even know about this? They haven't made the connection. Is that scary too, that they're not even thinking about the implications of that? Has anybody told him that this is a really bad idea? I mean, are they scared to tell him? Somebody needs to tell him that this is a really fucking bad idea. In so many ways, we can cut our dependency on China and other countries for these rare earth. There's so many resources. We have a 50% profit from anything that we do in the future in Ukraine, mining and getting the resources. We get 50%, and U.S. companies get preferential treatment in Ukraine, signed in this deal. That's how important this is for America First policy, because it is an America First policy, because it's going to drive our economy. It's going to be such a boon to the economy. He could take credit for it and say, look what I did for us. Look at the deal I made for us. Look at what we're getting. We don't have to depend on China anymore. We don't have to, all this shit. This is an America First policy, and yet we're doing fucking nothing. And we're going to give Russia territory if it's drawn to the lines right now. Let's stop the war immediately. Let's draw the lines where they are. If you did that, you're giving them $12 trillion worth of resources. Forget about the other political bullshit. The NATO part and all this. Forget about all that. That's because that's what people use today. The war machine, giving them $50 billion. $50 billion is fucking nothing compared to the fucking money that's there in Ukraine right now that we could get access to those minerals. 50 billion, 100 billion. That's nothing compared to what we could get. Stupid. My God. Make them pay the bill. But they got to be free and stable and secure before you can send American companies and infrastructure and equipment to start doing that. You have to do that first, don't you? Wouldn't a ceasefire be nice? Like you did in Gaza? Wouldn't that be a nice start? A ceasefire. Let's just do a ceasefire for starters. Then we could negotiate terms. But at least let's get a fucking ceasefire started. I don't know. And that tells me there's a lot of incompetence going on in the administration. That's what that's a sign of. A lot. Because this just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make dollars and cents. Especially after signing a deal that will become pretty much worthless because you're giving Russia the fucking territory that has the resources. So what's the minerals deal? It's a paper tiger. It's worthless. Because Russia's taking the territories, Donetsk and other areas that are rich in these resources. They're occupying them right now. You think Russia wants to give that back? They know what the value is there. And how does that hurt the Ukrainian people as far as rebuilding and using that resources to create an economy for themselves? It doesn't make sense on so many levels. It doesn't. But people don't seem to realize that. I mean, because they're all spun on politics of it. This just goes way deeper than politics. My God. Oh my God. But a lot of you don't hear about that part on the news, I bet. You don't hear any of that in the media. Do you realize that if we were to draw the lines today, Russia would acquire over $12 trillion worth of resources, including rare earth element minerals, oil, coal, gas, etc. They now retain that, worth $12 trillion or more. Why isn't the media talking about that? That would pretty much make our minerals deal that we signed with the Ukrainians a paper tiger. It would be worthless. You won't see them. You will not see them say that. But somebody should. Because they should definitely do it on one of these conservative media outlets that he watches, so maybe he'll find out. Because it doesn't seem like anybody in his administration is telling him. So these podcasts and these news broadcasts that he watched, somebody say it. Maybe he'll figure it out. I mean, what the... Because that seems to be where he gets most of his information, from the conservative outlets that he pays attention to. Somebody say it. Tell him that it's a really bad idea because you're giving Russia $12 trillion of the resources that you signed a deal with Ukraine in the beginning to get access to, which is such a great deal for the United States. It is a great, great, beyond deal for us. But it's worthless. If you agree to the fucking terms that you just said, let's draw the lines now, end the war immediately. If you did that, Russia is going to get all that. There's nobody telling him this. My gosh. He needs to be made aware of this. Don't do it. It's not even about the other geopolitical aspects of it. It's about the freaking deal you signed and how great it is for America First policy. The one you push so hard. This is America First policy that is better than anything possibly anyone could even dream of. This could be his legacy for many years to come. People would remember him for that alone. It does not make sense. You could shake your head. I shake my head. I'm like, somebody, please tell him. Somebody. Do I need to write to a program? Or do I need to write to the White House directly? Because I have in the past. I didn't do it on the Biden, but I did it a few times. Trump's first administration. I wrote to the White House. Correspondence office. Maybe I need to do that. Maybe I mean, what does he watch? Does he watch Fox News in the morning? What are some of the programs he watches that he pays attention to? I need to maybe contact them. Can you please mention this on your program in regard to Ukraine and the importance of the minerals deal that we made with them? That if the lines were accepted right now, that we're going to lose $12 trillion worth of resources and Russia's going to gain that territory and gain that access? 12 trillion with a T. And what do you think they're going to use that money for? Against us. Against our... do we have allies? Against our allies? Where do you think that money's going to be poured into? The people? Are people that stupid and naive? Are they? And this is also about a sovereign country after the Soviet Union collapsed. This is about the sovereignty of a country. And I don't want to hear about this German N-word and trying to demoralize and demean Ukraine for political means. This is fucking Putin we're talking about. And Russia. And trying to reclaim territories that they lost. And trying to rebuild the Soviet bloc again. Because that's what Putin wants. There's so many layers to this onion. I mean, give me a break. The guy who poisons and kills his opposition, arrests them, they disappear. Anyone who speaks out. Who is the person that we're defending here? And talking about corrupt. And defending a dictator. This is... Do you hear about... This is the funny part too. Oh, New York's going to elect a communist mayor. What the fuck is Putin? And he's your buddy. He's okay? What? How is that not hypocritical? I'm like baffled beyond belief. And you're going to actually help communism directly by giving him $12 trillion worth of resources and cutting us off from that access and continuing our dependence on China when you can eliminate so many different things in one simple thing. Defend Ukraine. Make them pay the bill. They've got the resources. Make it happen. The American taxpayer shouldn't have to pay for it. Make Ukraine pay for it. They've got the resources. Can we do the right thing and defend Ukraine? Or are we going to defend Putin's interests? What? This does not make sense on so many levels. And caught in the middle are the innocent, like always happens, innocent civilians in Ukraine getting bombarded every day, Iranian drones flying overhead day and night, thousands and thousands of children abducted and kidnapped and taken back into Russia. All the different things that are going on there that the American public really doesn't have exposure to, doesn't understand really what's at stake here. This is not, remember, this is an America First policy situation. It's not our problem. Oh, it is part of our problem. It is a vital national security, economically, especially for the United States. Vital. So I don't understand the rhetoric that people say out there with they don't do the homework and they don't understand the complexities and the importance of it. They just right away jump to conclusions. They're rash in their thinking, impulsive in their thinking, not thinking close, taking the time to really think this out, really think it out, then make some kind of a judgment or opinion or decision. No. Let's just be rash. No bueno. No bueno. At all. Alexa, how much of the market does China control of rare earth elements? I should have said minerals.
China controls nearly 70% of global rare earth mining and roughly 90% of global rare earth processing. This dominance extends across 17 critical elements essential for everything from smartphones to wind turbines. Would you like to know more about what rare earth elements are and why they're important?
Yes. I think she got stuck. Alexa, are you there? She's having problems. It's having problems, actually. But just do your own homework, do your own research, look closely, the devil's in the details, before you reach a
Yeah, right here. Always ready to chat, though I'm still working on that whole teleportation thing.
Alexa, explain to me why it is so important from a national security perspective to have the minerals deal with Ukraine.
The U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal is strategically important for national security as it helps diversify critical mineral supply chains away from China's near monopoly. Ukraine possesses significant deposits of 22 critical minerals, including lithium, graphite, manganese, and titanium, which are essential for defense, clean energy, and high-tech manufacturing. The deal aims to provide the U.S. with priority access to these resources while supporting Ukraine's reconstruction efforts. This aligns with current U.S. policy to enhance economic security through strategic partnerships.
Enough said. So all these people out there that do their podcasts and newscasts and social media posts, before you start talking, do some research on why Ukraine is so important to the national security, vital to the United States, before you spew your mouth and don't know what you're talking about. It is a vital national security interest to the United States. That alone should be enough. Period. End of story. Mic drop. Done. Anyway, I'm going to go now because I've been rambling and babbling for hours. And again, to Dominic, his battalion, the other battalions, the people from on an international scale that are helping the Ukrainians. Blessings to all of you, the people of Ukraine.
Preach. You're absolutely right. There's way too much hot air and not enough homework being done out there. The minerals deal we've been discussing is a perfect example of why research matters. It's a complex geopolitical and economic story that deserves more than surface level takes.
Alexa, thank you. So my love to all
You're
of you.
welcome. Happy to help you dig into the facts.
Yeah, facts do matter, don't they? I was gonna say Alexa, goodbye. To all of you watching, be well, be blessed, be safe. See maybe everybody later on tonight. Pray for peace. Spread love.
Take care, Bill. Stay safe out there and have a blessed evening.
Stay safe. Spread love, compassion, all the positive attributes that we should be doing instead of hate, demonization, etc. Let's bring people together and not continue to divide. I'm out. See everybody later on today.